Here's a conundrum. Identical twins originate from the same DNA, so how can they turn out so different, even in traits that have a significant genetic component? For instance, why might one twin get heart disease at 55 while her sister runs marathons in perfect health? Nature versus nurture has a lot to do with it, but a deeper related answer can be found within something called epigenetics. That's the study of how DNA interacts with the multitude of smaller molecules found within cells, which can activate and deactivate genes. If you think of DNA as a recipe book, those molecules are largely what determine what gets cooked when. They aren't making any conscious choices themselves. Rather, their presence and concentration within cells makes the difference. So how does that work? Genes in DNA are expressed when they're read and transcribed into RNA, which is translated into proteins by structures called ribosomes. And proteins are much of what determines a cell's characteristics and function. Epigenetic changes can boost or interfere with the transcription of specific genes. The most common way interference happens is that DNA, or the proteins it's wrapped around, gets labeled with small chemical tags. The set of all of the chemical tags that are attached to the genome of a given cell is called the epigenome. Some of these, like a methyl group, inhibit gene expression by derailing the cellular transcription machinery or causing the DNA to coil more tightly, making it inaccessible. The gene is still there, but it's silent. Boosting transcription is essentially the opposite. Some chemical tags will unwind the DNA, making it easier to transcribe, which ramps up production of the associated protein. Epigenetic changes can survive cell division, which means that they could affect an organism for its entire life. Sometimes that's a good thing. Epigenetic changes are part of normal development. The cells in an embryo start with one master genome. As the cells divide, some genes are activated and others inhibited. Over time, through this epigenetic reprogramming, some cells develop into heart cells and others into liver cells. Each of the approximately 200 cell types in your body has essentially the same genome, but its own distinct epigenome. The epigenome also mediates a lifelong dialogue between genes and the environment. The chemical tags that turn genes on and off can be influenced by factors including diet, chemical exposure, and medication. The resulting epigenetic changes can eventually lead to disease if, for example, they turn off a gene that makes a tumor-suppressing protein. Environmentally induced epigenetic changes are part of the reason why genetically identical twins can grow up to have very different lives. As twins get older, their epigenomes diverge, affecting the way they age and their susceptibility to disease. Even social experiences can cause epigenetic changes. In one famous experiment, when mother rats weren't attentive enough to their pups, genes in the babies that help them manage stress were methylated and turned off. And it might not stop with that generation. Most epigenetic marks are erased when egg and sperm cells are formed. But now, researchers think that some of those imprints survive, passing those epigenetic traits on to the next generation. Your mother's or your father's experiences as a child or choices as adults could actually shape your own epigenome. But even though epigenetic changes are sticky, they're not necessarily permanent. A balanced lifestyle that includes a healthy diet, exercise, and avoiding exposure to contaminants may, in the long run, create a healthy epigenome. It's an exciting time to be studying this. Scientists are just beginning to understand how epigenetics could explain mechanisms of human development and aging, as well as the origins of cancer, heart disease, mental illness, addiction, and many other conditions. Meanwhile, new genome editing techniques are making it much easier to identify which epigenetic changes really matter for health and disease. Once we understand how our epigenome influences us, we might be able to influence it too.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know this is the home of We Major, me Frosty, unfamous. In the restricted clothing brands, let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Yo. Check. Sherelle was popping. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Everything. You good?
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Shit like that.
Make sure y'all please hit the like button, share the stream. I was looking at the analytics. The shares are a little bit down, so we definitely want to get the shares up. The likes, we try to push it. Unfortunately, the like button got shit on it, but definitely hit the share button. Send the stream to someone who's never watched before, that's almost on a lunch break. Let us see what they think. You know what I mean? Salute to everybody in the chat. We have Atlanta coming up in 3 weeks. We've been selling tickets left and right. There's a lot of motherfuckers who be procrastinating and shit like that. Got their tickets, everything situated. It's about to be hot. What's up with you? How was the weekend and all that?
It was good.
It was good. It was regular.
Yeah, regular. I was babysitting.
You went, huh? You was
I was
babysitting?
Mm-hmm.
You babysit a lot?
Not really.
No.
They're coming back around.
Indeed. Well, you gotta use that life for yours, man. You know what I mean? You got a hobby yet?
This is my hobby.
Oh, touche.
Shit like that.
Touche.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see when the chat real quick. We can get it popping. Fish in the Fit was goody. E-Dub in the building. Mel, you already know. Quinn C, I feel like I ain't see you yesterday. I'm saying Phil, but I don't remember. Riri was goody. Mr. Williams in the building. Foe in the building was shaking. AC was popping. Ashe, we see you. Callie putting in work. Be warned. Salute. Mark. Grinding. UFO, what's up, kid? Appreciate you. Big Draws in the building. Appreciate you. Young Money, what's up? I don't think I seen you yesterday, Young Money. Hope all is well. Hope everything's everything. OG Do Dirty was popping. Orchid was good. I ain't seen you in a minute. Hope all is well. No, I didn't see you last week. Okay, she said she been sick. Dr. G was shaking. Good to see you. Rainbow Kid in the building. Hopefully putting in work. Mrs. Locke putting in work. William Graves, salute. I don't think I seen you yesterday. Rose was popping. I ain't see you yesterday. True was good. Perfect. Salute, my G. Always good to see you. Mr. JTK in the building. I did not see you yesterday. Almond Eyes was shaking. Miss Bell's in the building. Salute, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. So solid was goody. How you? You must have been working hard yesterday. I ain't see you yesterday. Hope everything's everything. My brother Rel in the building. I think he got a typo in this chat, but it's all good. Call me Queen T. Was good. Living Will. Definitely get the likes up. Man. Hit the like button, man. We got nearly 100 people in the building, and we have, let me check this out. 40 likes. Let's make the likes match the viewership if you don't mind. Terrell, that thumbnail I sent you. You ever seen that movie?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What you think? Did it fit? Did it fit what we talking about today?
I guess so, in a way. Yeah, definitely.
So guess so. Maybe. What would you think?
I guess because it's not really a popular movie. The movie was kind of like a day and a night. You know what I'm saying? It was very quick. So I don't think everybody would have probably got the concept of the movie. That's all I would say.
Oh, DJ Smoke, Will, what up? So let me show y'all this, right? Because we talk about generational curses. We hear the verbiage, right? But I don't know if we articulate it out to say what is and is not a generational curse. How do we exacerbate them or how do we quell them, right? So I don't know if we ever even conversed about what they actually are. But let me just show y'all this real quick. This trailer may cover the synopsis on the movie, but it may not. Let's see.
People say they want to know why, but they really don't. I've been trying to figure.
Hey, Jakor!
My father taught me how to take your life out on everybody else.
It's dog eat man out there. If you don't learn that in here, he ain't gonna make it.
My son won't be nothing like you.
I can't see, even in plain sight.
Yo, old man, you should run pretty tough.
Yeah. Some people try to escape, get away from a world that wasn't safe.
I have something to tell you.
Well, what's up?
I'm pregnant. Yeah.
It's crazy to have nothing to give. You want to give everything.
He's about to have a baby, but ain't trying to make no money.
Yeah, I know you got a couple bodies on you. If you hungry, I'm gonna put you to work.
How about tonight?
Job, stop. Job! You just like JD was. I'm done with you!
What did you do, Jacob? Your father wanted everything for you. And now you have a son and you ain't even gonna try.
If you had all day and a night to understand your life, where would you begin?
Man, that movie was good. Y'all definitely it's been out for a few years, but definitely if you have an opportunity, go view it. It's on Netflix. What you see is he essentially duplicates a lot of his father's bad behaviors or poor behaviors, and mimics them, even though he says he's gonna reject them, even though his mom says that he's gonna reject them. He seemingly perpetrates the exact same things. And if you notice in that one scene, he had on the blues just like his father had on the blues, and all that his father wanted for him, his father was unable to achieve. And he had a son, right, that he was excited about. And what steps did he take to provide for that son? Right. I don't want to ruin it for y'all, but
we on Twitch.
But I want y'all to watch the movie, right? Because it popped in my head as soon as Sherelle sent me this topic regarding generational curses. So I'm turning the bounties on right away because this conversation is suited for who it's suited for, right? If people come up here and you know what I mean, they can't conduct the conversation, kick their ass off. All right. So generational curses first and foremost, man. You sent me this topic. Give me the breakdown. What are generational curses?
Okay, so generational curses are just patterns that are negative that follow you through a bloodline, right? In the Black community, the ones that plague us the most would be like financial, right? Black people have bad credit. It's a running joke. It's like you know what I'm saying? Like we have bad credit. We have bad financial situations. The baby mama epidemic, right? We have children out of wedlock. We create broken families, create broken homes. Substance abuse, right? Whether it be drugs, alcohol, cigarettes, weed, whatever it is, we're typically depicted as we have these substance abuse issues. Another thing is kind of like what y'all talked about yesterday. Within the Black community, we have predators in our neighborhoods, in our family. It's like a hush-hush thing, but it's big to where we have adults who violate children. These are like some of the major components of the generational curses that plague us in the Black community. And then we grow up and we kind of point the finger. And I think as kids, a lot of times we go the wrong way because everything that we see is everything that we feel like we are. The other day, when I was telling Fantastic, a lot of times we have to check the messaging. So if women are having children, not as teenagers, and we're pushing it to 25, if we are having less children out of wedlock, let that stat be corrected so that you can understand that these little girls need to know that there are women out here trying to change the image, that our women are actually doing something, that we actually can be more. Because when you go out into the world and this is all that you see, you'll start to believe this is all that there is, right? But I think a lot of times the way that we move is because the generational curses that plague us. And a lot of times we say, yeah, I'm going to be better than my mom, because we'll start to build resentment or hatred for our parents, our elders around us for not being able to teach us the way. And we're going to say we'll be better than them. But just like him, just like the boy, do you have a plan on how to be better? Are you researching how they even ended up that way? Because if you don't have a plan to be better, you ain't going to lead nobody to where you don't go. You're not going to teach nobody what you don't know. And you're going to fall victim to the same traps because you're not actually having a plan or having a conversation with the person about how can we avoid this or clear this up. you're feeling in this judgment spot, like I'm never gonna be broke, I'm never gonna da da da, I'm never, and you end up in the same circumstances. So it's just like that time when we start talking about these generational curses, because when we do become better than it, it's automatically offensive. You know how offensive it is for a Black woman on the internet to be happy that she's not a baby mama? She gets attacked in the comments. A Black woman on TikTok said her favorite thing in life, no matter what she been through, was to be skinny. She got attacked all over TikTok. It attacked her for saying she was happy she was skinny.
Who attacked her?
All the other fat TikTokers.
What are they saying?
Because they felt like she was trying to body shame Black women.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Like, you know, Black women are, what the stat is saying is that we're the most overweight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is another pretty much generational curse. Our eating habits, right? The food that we eat, the lifestyles that we live are very unhealthy, and the number one cause of both of us passing away, the women and the men, is food. It's health related, right? That's the biggest causes, right? So she got on the internet and she decided to say, well, my favorite thing to be in life is skinny. And they were going crazy, like, oh, you think you all of this because you're skinny? It was like a full-on attack just because she said she was skinny. If a woman is online saying, I made it to 30 and I'm nobody's baby mama, she's going to be getting attacked in the comments like, oh, da, 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 da. It's, if you stand tall, you know what I'm saying? I get on people's nerves when I say, you know, I grew up with a father, and y'all don't even know y'all daddies. And you can't flex like that, even though you beat the generational curse. You can't be like, I don't abuse no substances. I ain't on nothing. I ain't never even smoked weed. Like, when you talk like that, you make other people feel uncomfortable because they fell victim to the curses that plague us.
Okay. So what? Okay. So she was attacked for happy that she was thin?
Yeah.
Was she fat before or something?
No, she's always been skinny.
She's like, thank God I'm thin.
Yeah, she's like, my favorite thing in the world to be is skinny.
Okay, was she throwing shots?
No, I just think that she was just happy being skinny.
Oh, but what, I don't understand that though. So is it, I guess it is similar to like a bodybuilder or something, like going on Instagram and saying, hey, do this, do these, do that.
No, she's like not even, she's just skinny. Like, you know what I'm saying? She's not like a bodybuilder. She's not
she's like, thank God for my genetics.
She's just like, life is so hard, but it would be harder if I was fat. She's like, I'm just happy I'm skinny. She's like, my favorite thing to be in life is skinny.
Okay, but how do I tie what's the generational curse aspect of her getting body shamed by fat people?
No, this is the thing. The generational curse is that we're overweight and we're unhealthy, right? So what I'm saying is, yeah, it is true.
So okay. So
what I'm saying is, when people are proud to break a generational curse, they get attacked for it.
Okay.
So like it's the same way of a woman saying, I made it to 30 and I'm not a baby mama. Or a woman saying, I'm not a baby mama. She's going to get attacked for it. Okay.
Now, what is okay? All right, I see. So if you defeat a generational curse, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you defeat a generational curse, you're shamed for it.
Yeah. Even with rich people, right? When rich people make it, they kind of get shamed. You a sellout. Money ain't everything. You know what I'm saying? People find a way to justify their inadequacy.
Okay.
Or they black tax you and feel like you owe them.
So what is the crux of our issue then, right? When people win, are we saying stop winning, don't win, keep it to yourself? Does it benefit others for me to exclaim from the mountaintops that I've defeated a thing that plagues us?
That would be the question.
Yeah.
I don't think that it benefits the people who are plagued by it and who aren't beating it. But I do think that people should, like, when people beat generational curses, I think they should scream it from the mountaintops. Because people with a negative message, they got every TV show, radio station, sound wave to get up and spew a bunch of negative shit and continue the generational curses. So when you're the generational curse breaker, yeah, get on top of the mountains with a damn bullhorn and do it, because even if it ruffles the feathers of the people who are swimming in the negativity, you're inspiring the next generation to understand that it is possible to change this.
Well, I don't hear it as much. So now that you're articulating it out to me, that wasn't inspirational, right? So what she said was, "I'm so glad I'm skinny just by being born this way," right? Who is that inspiring, right? Essentially. Now, also when we hear like let's use the tangible example. When you say I got a daddy, it's in response to motherfuckers not having daddies. It's in response to something that's negative. I don't, when you say it, I don't know if you're trying to be helpful to a conversation, but usually when you say that, you're separating yourself from others.
Yeah. Because it's so big, of course, because when you get on here, the trope is black bitches is broke, y'all don't know y'all daddies, and y'all, you know what I'm saying, y'all baby mamas, y'all this and y'all that. So yeah, when everything you send my way, all the knives you send, all the shots you throw, I'm like Neo in the Matrix on y'all. Hell yeah, that should be something to be proud of.
Okay.
If you're beating the negative stereotypes of what's plaguing your community, why shouldn't you be proud of that?
Yeah, I think proud is one thing. So like, and as an example, right? When we're looking at systemic oppressions as an example, right? And what black people are fall victim to, not just by coincidentally, right? By circumstance, by happenstance, right? There's different things that I think that black people have been subjected to on purpose to cause us to err, right? So then if I'm discussing that, right, I will say at that juncture, wait. Okay, you can say that to him where, okay, he didn't have a father, right? He come from, poverty, right? And then you could say, oh, woe is me, why you complaining, right? But then I'll say, no. I grew up with my dad. You know what I'm saying? My father was a very hard worker, right? They helped me succeed, but I can still see how those things affect black people.
So yeah, it's not when you don't get it.
But I'll say you can't use that on me. You can't use that I don't have a dad, so I don't see it this way. I'm saying I have a father, but I still see what they saying. You see, like, so is it how it's leveraged the reason why it's kind of pushed back against or dismissed?
Yeah, but let's say even if you're not the one with the dad, people who beat the odds, should be loud, because what I'm saying is a lot of times I think the oppression, the systemic oppression, puts you in the mindset that nobody can beat these odds. There is no way out of this. You're trapped. We're crabs in a barrel, right? That's what we're gonna keep convincing ourselves, right? But if we can build a blueprint to knock this shit over, to get up out the barrel, eat the barrel, get out the barrel. It's not about, we can't keep teaching one crab get out the barrel. We got to teach. We're going to knock it over.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, right? When we conversing about this is interesting. Here's what I'm going to say. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? It may be even devil's advocate, but I'm not sure, right? Because I'm thinking through it totally. When I hear, and I'm just using you because you're right here, right? But plenty of people do this shit, right? I got it, daddy. I don't know about them hoes. It's like the crab who's standing on top of the barrel, and then that motherfucker pulled the ladder up.
Yeah, you have those people too.
Which
I think it's I'm not like that.
Well, I'm saying on that specific commentary, when it's I got a dad, so them hoes that don't got a dad.
No, but I'm not talking about the people. I'm mostly responding to people trying to already box me in to something that I'm not boxed into.
Okay. So you make.
So you know what I'm saying? Like my response is most likely to the Shaniqua. I'm sure you didn't grow up with a dad. How many baby daddies do you have? Do you see what I'm saying? That's what my response is.
But so like this, right? Let's say they say men ain't X, men ain't Y, men do this, men do that, men got right. The majority of the time, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, I will answer based on what they say and men say or men do, I'm not gonna separate myself, right? Because if I move myself, then I don't even need to be a part of that conversation because it ain't my life. But if I can understand it, then I can converse. And if I don't separate myself, it still gives me the credibility to stand there with those men and either say, well, hey, it's not just me. There's plenty of women in or men in this group that you're perceiving as such, but what's actual is that they're not having babies, right? Like you said, it's fantastic. They having kids at later ages, you know, the marriage rate is up, you know, so that's how I see it. When I remove myself, then it's just like I'm leaving everybody hanging. How do I help generational curses at that juncture?
Well, it's just a separation thing as well, right? I mean, you can't also be the person that say everybody can't come, because anybody that's a generational curse breaker has to understand, like, which that's what it is too. Like when you're teaching somebody that they have to break generational curses, you actually have to let them know what also comes along with that, because there's going to be a lot of isolation and separation.
Why?
It's going to be a lot because the way that your ideology is, or the way that you want to think, move, and feel, the people around you who don't have any interest in moving along the way that you're moving is going to be friction.
Okay, so at what time, when do
it'll be so easy for you to just be like, if you sit around a bunch of baby mamas and say you're not having no kids out of wedlock, they're going to ostracize you. Them girls don't want to hang out with you because you think you better than them.
But if you move too quickly, can you save anybody?
If you move too quickly, can you save anybody?
Yeah, so to be ostracized, right, would be my goal. You see? So what I mean by that is ostracized mean that people say, get the fuck out of here, right? But if I isolate myself, right, I did that on purpose. Like I separated too early, you see? Like at the very least, if I stay amongst the people and try to say, hey, I benefited, you see the language? I benefited from doing X. I think you can too.
Right.
If they tired of hearing me talk, but they tired of hearing me talk and they say, oh, get the fuck. I'm all right, cool. But at least I try. You feel me?
Because that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. What comes along with it is you're going to be ostracized, which means, everybody starts off thinking they can save everybody. Everybody gets a little money and think, oh, my whole family about to be on. And you don't even understand that if they don't have the same mindset as you, they're not going to be on, because they're going to be on the bullshit that they're on. You see what I'm saying? You can't think that you got this work ethic and you could take your brother who on rocks and be like, "Yay, I got this business out." But
Sherelle, and I like, because we ain't even talking about curses specifically. We're talking about the idea of people and their mindset and moving them forward, right? So if that be the case, right, everybody can't go. We both understand that very clearly, right? But it has to be a certain amount, you know? And so my concern is that it'll forever be generational if we don't get enough people to do, quote unquote, the right thing.
Right. I think that's where we need to explore more.
Yeah.
Because it's certain people, the ones that they don't even want to go.
Damn. Who the fuck are them niggas?
That's the people that they don't want to go. And they have so much influence on people who want to go. You know?
What you mean? So the people who are doing, so who has the most influence?
Okay, like this, right? Like women, like this what I don't like about hoes. Like hoes could be hoes and they gotta pop pills just to go through their day. They snort and coke to have a good mood because they let so many people in their body, they traumatized, but they'll pass that message to their daughters. Fuck these niggas get money. They'll pass it to the young girls around them. Fuck these niggas get money.
Okay. Let me ask you.
The niggas on the block, the crash out niggas on the block, old head niggas that got 3 strikes. You know what they gonna do? They get fall partners. You know what a fall partner is? They get the young bulls who ain't got no record, and they gonna tell them, "Hey, get this money. Fuck going to school." And that's not it. What I'm saying, I'm talking about the marginalized group of ones who are affecting it. I'm just front this pack. Just run this up the street for me. They'll get you in the game. The people who doing the negative stuff, they recruiting more than the people that's doing the positive shit. Them niggas be recruiting. People will recruit you into some dumb shit faster than they recruit you for the military.
Well, but Sherelle, you see that's true. But you see, that's where it gives me cause for pause, right? Because what you're saying essentially, right, is like them motherfuckers stay recruiting, and the people who are doing better, like, you know, are people reaching back? Are people trying to influence? You know,
And I feel like that's a problem. I think that the people who are doing better and doing positive need to be produced, like they need to be recruiting just as much. I think that the problem with good people is they never on a job. Good people, they just being good, and then they just being good. You know what I'm saying? They want to be understanding, but bad people, evil people, they always working.
all right. So let's do it. Let's do this. First and foremost, right? Let's talk about it. Okay. What are the generational curses? You know, kids being influenced by outside pressures will happen, right? But hold on, I got a couple new people. Ali, what up? Thanos, what up? Grape T, what up? Tommy, what up? I think Intelligent Neanderthal, what up? Rose, what up? Alibaba, salute. Miss Jillian in the building. Make sure I say what's up, Miss Jillian in the chat. What up, Truth? All right, so let's talk about this, right? And not under the same vein, but this one seems to matter the most to me. You know, do you think, right? And I'm gonna use some old adages, right? Old talking points, right? I just want to understand your baseline. Feel me? Do women control access? And I apologize. Do women control access to sex?
Yeah.
Do men want sex more than they want to live? Damn near.
Definitely.
Do you think that if women close their legs and say you got to marry me, men would get married? If majority of women did?
Yeah.
Okay, right. And we understand we're speaking in a perfect world scenario, right? So now you have a lot of kids being born out broken homes, right, without their fathers in their life, and definitely outside of marriage. But we understand, right, as people are assessing marriage, we're looking at the pros and cons. I think both men and women, and they're saying we can do this in a different way under the eyes of the Most High God without including the government. You know, because even when you break down the out of wedlock marriage stat, so out of that 70%, it's 53% that don't have a father figure, just based on, you know, the surveys, right? You've seen that before, you know. So, you know, so that stat, it is what it is, you know. Now, if men have that imperative that, yo, I gotta get some cheeks, and she say you get some cheeks if you be with me, lockstep, right? Because is it a generational curse for kids to be born outside of the homes of their fathers, you think?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what about that curse? Do you think that your not your counterparts, but the women around you are understanding how very important it is for that child to have their father?
They don't.
Have you seen Go ahead. Talk your shit.
No, they don't. They think it's normal. They literally say your daddy don't matter. Daddy's side of the family don't matter. Your mama gonna always be here. It's mama's babies, daddy's maybe. They have a full understanding that it is normal for a man to get up and leave and walk away. That a man is not going to be with his child day to day. You be happy for whatever he feel like doing, what he's gonna do, but mama gonna show up. That's how they feel. That is normal. That is what I hear from baby mamas.
And
That there is no expectation for no man to just stay around.
Let me show you this, right? And then because I want to show y'all the impact when you got the drug dealer, Gilla, Gorilla niggas, right? And this is true, right? It's going this if
It's
y'all
my favorite movie.
If y'all seen this movie both ways, right? He save his son actually, right? But his messaging is in his son's head, you know. Now the other man that influences him plays a father figure as well, but this. Without the fathers, there's no opportunity for this to happen.
Sonny around? Yeah, I think he's in the back. work, bro. We can't accept that.
I didn't give it to you. I gave it to your son. He worked for me.
That's right, my son. And I don't want my son involved in what goes on here.
Involved in what? What are you talking about?
Please, I'm not a stupid man, okay? Please, I'm not stupid. You know what I'm talking about. Just stay away from my son, okay?
Hey, you stay right over here. See, why don't you go outside? I want to talk to your father.
I'll speak to my own son. Coach, will wait outside.
First of all, I respect you, Lorenzo. You're a stand-up guy. We're from the same neighborhood. But don't ever talk to me like that again. I tell your son to go to school, to go to
You don't
college.
understand. It's not what you say. It's what he sees. It's the clothes, it's the cars, it's the money, it's everything. He tried to throw away his baseball cards the other day because he said Mickey Mantle will never pay my rent.
He said that to you? This kid.
That's not funny. Not funny when your 9-year-old kid has a bigger bank account than you do.
I offered you a job, but you said no to me.
That's right, and I say no now. Just leave my son alone, please.
Hey, don't you see how I treat that kid? I treat that kid like he's my son.
He ain't your son. He's my son.
He's what?
He's my son.
Hey, get the fuck out of here.
I'm not afraid of you.
Well, you should be.
I know who you are, Sonny. I know what you're capable of, and I would never step out of line. You could ask anybody in this neighborhood who knows me. But this time you're wrong. You don't fool with a man's family. This is my son, not yours.
What are you going to do, fight
You
me?
stay away from my
Get
son.
out of here before I give you a fucking slap.
You just stay away from my son.
Go ahead.
I don't care who you are. You stay away from my son.
Get out of here.
That part. That part. That part, right? That kid don't even got a chance without his father doing that. You know? And his father said, I know who you are. But when it comes to my son, it is what it is, right? Now, the part that's missed in there too is Sonny. One, I think he fucked with his son. You know what I'm saying? He loved Cologito.
Yeah,
right?
of course he loved him.
But
He saved his life.
also, he said, I offered you a job too. So he know that his daddy ain't no bitch either. You see? Because offering a man a job based on what they do is different than a kid. You see?
Yeah.
Right? So I think that's missed, right? But the guy who drive the bus is looked at as a bitch, right? He can't drive the bus. He don't make enough money, right? He ain't a gangster killer gorilla nigga, right? Because that's who the women prefer and all that, right? If women control the dating market, Sherelle, I have to ask, why do y'all love thug adjacent niggas much more than the niggas who just trying to do their thing?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I
Well,
mean, I
you
guess
know,
it's the whole.
tell me what they tell
No,
you.
because I don't know. It's the. I guess it's the bad boy thing. Everybody likes the bad boy, or who seems to be deemed more popular, or who can be more protective. I just think that
Hold on. One thing.
thug adjacent
Now,
in the black community is the more popular.
One thing. Now, I've addressed this several times, right? Y'all free to have y'all commentary. Don't call me a liar, though. I don't like that shit, right? Because we just having a conversation about what we hear often, right? So you could say one thing, right? But it's not a lie. This is what's being constantly conversed about. When we did the conversation literally on the POV 2 weeks ago, right? The women, right? Like sis be saying whatever is on her mind, right? But the majority of those women said that they want a nigga who was more thug adjacent, thug-esque than square, so to speak. Right? So this is coming from the actual mindset of the ladies, right? So
No, I agree with it. I'm saying I don't understand the ideology besides it's what's popular. Okay, so like as HAMP, who do you think is the most beautiful women in the world?
me,
Yeah.
aside from my wife,
I mean like races.
black women.
But who is the beauty standard? White women are the beauty standard. No,
Are
why?
they? Are they still?
Yeah, white women are the beauty standard because that's how it's propagandized. From here, it's not just a colorism thing here. When you go into the Caribbean, they have black women bleaching their skin. When you go into India, there's a caste system there where they put the lighter people in the front. Even when you go in parts of Asia, like when you talk to people that's been to Japan and China, you would never understand that there are dark-skinned Asians with the same phenotype. They're dark skins and they won't put their dark skins in the front. The lighter skin is propagandized as this is what it is. Regardless of our own opinions, regardless of what makes sense to us.
Okay.
The lighter the skin, the more beautiful you are, because that's the way that it's propagandized to us.
Okay. You saying that to say what though? Sorry.
That it's the same way with the thug adjacent men.
Which is
what's
what?
propagandized to us is the more attractive one are the ones who are thug adjacent. That's why little boys want to grow up and be thug adjacent, and that's why women want to be with thug adjacent men.
Okay, got you. So that's what's put on the pedestal.
Yeah, that's what's pedestalized. If we pedestalize the nerd, if we dressed our little boys like nerds, because we dressed our little boys like YNs, they'll be sagging in diapers.
Who doing that though?
The women. They dress their children like the men that they are with. And then you got to understand it, because look at how in the movie The Day and the Night he knocked y'all. We saw it. You showed it just now where he knocked out the dad, the dude that was messing with his mom anyway, right? Because not only will women have babies by the thug adjacents, the next couple of stepdaddies that the child has, it's gonna be looking the same way.
Okay, and so
from baby boy and everything. What baby boy was saying, you always got these niggas coming in here. Why you can't never get you a white collar brother?
Let me ask you.
Thug niggas coming in here, they're gonna be going upside your head.
Let me ask you a question though. Where does that propaganda, like when y'all are little girls, you know, before you get to having the babies and having sex and all that, right? What is giving you that proclivity to say, this is what I want, even though I'm seeing negative results all around me? See, because kids have a little bit of intuition too. Kids don't know how to articulate, but they'll know when you'll know when something not right. You know, there was a teacher when my second oldest daughter was in daycare, right? And when this teacher was around, she act different. You know what I'm saying? Like when I get there, she ain't really have a liking like when she see all the other teachers, you know? So that teacher, I had to have a stark and fierce conversation. Like, I don't know what it is, right? But it's something about you that this baby don't like. You know what I'm saying? So even though we got all this bullshit going on, feel me? Kids be knowing like something ain't right. So what make them aspire for that, into that?
You remember?
Look at the generational curse that we facing. Go ahead.
You remember the video we was watching where the dad slapped his son? He was going off on his son?
Yeah.
Okay, so if my daddy looks like that, then and this is the type of men that my mom messes with. These are the type of men that my sister messes with. These are the type of the men that the women around me choosing. In my psyche, this is what it is. Me, when I was a little girl, it don't matter, like, because you know, after a while, when you in the hood, majority of your friends grow up and they go on the wrong side of the street. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? The same people you may have been playing marbles with, jacks with, you sliding down the slide, them teenage years hit, them niggas got guns, they got packs, they ain't coming to school no more. Around middle school, they stopped showing up to school, they leaving halfway through. They got a whole different life to live. When I was a little girl, I was like, I'm never dating no drug dealer. I'm never dating a nigga who don't have a real job. And I was like, when they die, they leave you nothing. They leave you nothing, and they always die. I know so many of my little cousins.
What gave you that discernment, though?
My daddy was never sold drugs.
So think about this.
I've never seen my daddy smoke no weed. I've never seen my daddy do no drugs. I never seen my daddy sell no drugs.
Got you, right? Rock solid, you late. Salute to Call Me Queen T, my brother Zell, Zach Goo.
Or none of my brothers.
Jeremiah, Mr. Ray, all that, man. If I miss y'all, I apologize. You know what I mean? Tiff, what up? So, but think about it though. The man in your life influenced you in such a way the way you were able to retire at 30, essentially, right? Because you didn't go down particular paths. Now, here's one influence, right? Like my father loved playing cards, right? But I seen the pros and cons of it, essentially. So I don't know how to play cards at all, right? It's something I just never got into. Gambling, like what's those things that people do all the time? Parlays, I think.
Yeah, parlays.
I don't do nothing. I just don't even have, you know what I mean, a want to do it. Because again, I just seen pros and cons of shit, like, you know. Like I don't even know how to play spades. They said I ain't black. I'm just black. You know
My
what I
daddy
mean?
taught me how to play spades.
So, but like, so think about that though. Like, do you think that women actually believe that they doing good without these fathers being with them?
It all depends on the father, because like I said, if the father figure is a negative father figure, it's not always just about having a father figure. It's about what that father is going to influence in those kids. I think a lot of times women are losing, right? I just watched the Boosie interview. You know Boosie, right?
Yeah.
And Boosie was telling them, yeah, I don't let my children smoke weed. They 15. And it was like, but you was smoking weed at 15. He said, and my daddy was gone. And he said, when my daddy was alive, up until my daddy was alive, it's a lot of shit I wasn't going to do that I couldn't do because my daddy was in there laying low. Somebody killed my daddy at 14. And I know I can run around on my mama. I know I can make excuses. I know what I can do. Right? So that difference there, when your daddy is not there, nobody's laying the law and nobody's in there trying to groove you and grow you into a more positive thing, it's so detrimental. We talked about that the other day where we talked about how important fathers are to these children, how important it is for you to choose it, right? Like who the person you're choosing to have kids with says a lot about what kind of mother you're going to be. Because why do we continue to choose, or why do we black women, because I'm a black woman, why do we continue to choose men we know he ain't got no job, he in and out of jail, he, you know what I'm saying, he this Pookie, he this Ray Ray, he this whatever. Why do we continue to choose those type of people to have children for? When he passed away, we gonna be burying him with fish plates and ain't gonna collect a dime of Social Security because this man ain't never had no job. When we're young, we don't have an understanding, and we're not going to grow this understanding overnight. People need guidance. Children need guidance. They need somebody to tell them right from wrong, because it's not like my daddy was perfect. My daddy have his flaws. My daddy didn't do everything every step of the way. It's certain things he couldn't teach me that I did have to go out into the world to learn on my own. But the structure and the main things, fathers just usually have that: the structure, the discipline, the knowing how to talk to people. Because even if you ever seen children talk to their mama crazy and curse in front of their mamas, you rarely ever see that with their daddy. You rarely ever see children talking to their daddy any kind of way. So even within the discipline and the respect, it more so comes from children who have fathers. Active fathers that's there on a consistent basis, not ones that show up on the weekends or holidays.
Here's the thing though, right? Having a father, even with his flaws, is better than having no father at all, right?
Definitely. I mean, unless he's egregious.
Well, I mean, that's the thing though. Look at these babies, right? We got generational curse after generational curse, right? Mm-hmm. Who's qualifying what's egregious? Because the mom,
I mean, egregious is PDF.
Oh, you saying he a pedophile or something?
Yeah, like if he's doing that to his kids, then no.
Oh, okay.
Like only if it's like egregious, like if he's like very, very abusive to the point where he's like breaking bones and you know what I'm saying, or he's like doing anything like SA to his children. That's the only reason a parent shouldn't be allowed around. You know what I'm saying? A father is unnecessary. If he's that egregious, he's unnecessary for children.
Okay. Yeah, I 100% agree on that, because I was just about to say, we're talking about conduct or whatever the case is, right? If the moms are having such a conduct, right, but they're not being scrutinized to the same extent. But yeah, I agree with you 100%. Any person doing that to a kid, right, should die, frankly, right? So that generational curse sounds like there may be an opportunity to fix it, right? So if we curse with that, right? Pursuant to, like, let's say Deuteronomy 28:53, right? It says, your eye will be evil towards your brother and your children who you will leave, essentially. What does the selection process look like?
The selection process looks like this person makes me happy in this moment, and I like having sex raw.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
This person, it ain't about them looking good, because we could say, oh, women like good. They got a bunch of ugly kids, a bunch of ugly niggas keep coming hitting the link. So guess what? There's ugly people making babies because you keep replicating. Yeah, you are. Yeah. Ugly is replicating. So we can stop trying to make it seem like only good looking niggas is ugly niggas is smashing too. Ugly women are smashing too. The big ones, everybody. They all got kids. Remember, I was at the mall. They all got kids. So all of this is about you make me feel good in this moment. And sex is better raw. That's it. That's how Black people are having children. Nobody talks about family planning. Why isn't that in school? Why isn't that a part of the curriculum at Black schools? If we have this, why we aren't controlling that? We talking about fucking what's critical race theory, and you're not teaching family planning?
Well, I think a lot of that often comes from the family itself and specifically, right? But I'm going off the premise. If you agree with the premise that women control access to sex and things of that nature, why such a bad decision-making process? Because the generational curses that we're going to discuss are exacerbated by that particular point in time, right? Where that kid is born without a man. Like, let's not even say marriage, right? Because a man could be dedicated and say, fuck the government, right?
No, because my mom and dad were never married, but it didn't change the fact that my dad raised us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
And he had 14 of them.
And I'm just being I have to acknowledge that there's more than one way to skin a cat. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people are saying, well, why do this and be locked into a scenario based on what the government thinks is suitable in case we decide that we need time apart, whatever the case is, right? So I'm just being open to being married under the government and being married under the eyes of the Most High God, or being, whatever the still, how it is. They be living together for 20 years. That's what's that shit called?
Common
law and shit right there. So I'm just trying to consider all the facets, because what's tied to money too, or to being with that person, being in a marriage, is generational wealth, transfer of wealth itself, having the two incomes that are locked in step together. Oftentimes you see a correlation with people doing well and money kind of following suit, and so I'm just thinking, like, is there just really no edification for women?
I don't think they know.
They just don't know for real.
They don't know. It's the mindset. If I go and I survey a bunch of little girls at any high school in New Orleans right now, I ask my nieces, do you want kids? I want kids. Do you want to be married? No. They want kids. They don't want to be married. They ain't never seen marriage. They ain't never seen. The only people that's wanting marriage are people who come from generations of marriages that they've seen, and they've seen people make it work and be positive. The people who don't come from that, they want the same thing. The same way, if you put your kids in a positive environment, they're going to mimic that and think this is normal. So this is what I want. When you put them in a negative environment, they're going to mimic what they see. This is what I want because this is what life is. Everybody's selling. Everybody have around here have kids.
How do we help it? That one specifically.
I think it's time for us to really start recruiting.
Break it down.
Like I said, I feel like we stand up for everything else, right? We stand up for everything else. We march for everything else. Why can't we start changing the curriculum? Why can't we? I mean, at some point, we used to have like boys and girl camps at churches. Churches don't even do the outreach programs no more to talk to them. They used to, help us. A lot of stuff is like my daddy put me in church. So my daddy was like very much the two things he taught me in my entire life is do what I say and God. That's it. God and do what I say. That's it. As I say, not as I do, as I say. I don't care what other people do. You're going to do what I say. My dad is this is how you fold clothes. This is how you make a bed. This is how you do this. This is very militant within that way. So it was a lot of like church. It was a lot of people that would come. When I wanted to go to law school, I was taking law studies. There was girls from Loyola who would come do mentorship programs. I don't see that no more. I don't see the reach back. I don't see it anymore. Because it's so many people who did it the wrong way, they don't even have the message regardless of how it affected them. Even though you know being a single mother, raising them kids on your own was a negative thing in your life, and you stress the hell out, you will pass the message down to the next generation of girls like that shit is okay. You're not going to take no accountability for the man you pick, so now all niggas ain't shit. Because you pick the nigga that sell drugs. You pick the nigga that need to flip your tax money. You, even within the way when I grew up, I didn't see black men taking care of women. All the women I knew took care of their men. All those, I don't, even to this day, the men be staying with the women. And I don't know a bunch of black men who have a house or have anything. Like, of course, online you meet wonderful niggas, super niggas. You know what I'm saying? It's super niggas online. But in real life, in the city, in New Orleans, these men don't have nowhere to go. It's not attached to a woman. And if they're not with their baby mama or a girlfriend, they're with their sister or their grandma or their mamas.
So it's quite literally predicated on what you've seen growing up, you think. The majority of people will have a propensity for the things that they grown up around.
Yeah. And I think I beat that by moving, by getting out of New Orleans and seeing that the world was bigger. But if I would have never left, I wouldn't have this mindset. I'm not above reproach on this shit. I'm just so happy to be like, I hate this shit. I hate it. Oh, when the girls and my sisters and young people have children in my family, I'm changing diapers at 12. And I can't go outside because I'm watching other people. I don't want no damn kids. As soon as I get away from kids, I ain't going to be nowhere around no kids. I'm seeing women still be with men that's beating them, cheating them, going in and out. I just knew I had to get away. So I ran away young. I was like, I'm dipping. This ain't going to be my life.
So what helped you discern that, though?
Most High, bro. I'm telling you. I do, because that's what I don't want to try to make it seem like, oh, just put your bootstraps on. Boy, the game is so rigged. The trap is so big. Maybe the Most High just put it on my heart and put it on my mind for me to get out, because I could be the one to show the wave. I could be the one to come back. I could be the one to have the conversations, because I know that I have.
Let me ask you a real straight up question, man. Based on everything you're saying, right? Based on the premise, right? Because it's all under the guise of women are making these decisions to be with these men and etc. and give them their bodies and all that, right? Who the fuck is at fault for this right here?
I don't even know where the blame game could even start, because it's gonna keep on ending up as slavery. It just is. If we come up here and we say it's the women gonna say we were slaves. If we say it was the men, they're gonna say we were slaves. I'm so over.
I'm asking you.
Who started this? White people started this. You know what? I don't even think white people started this. I think niggas started this. I think niggas dropped the ball somewhere. I think niggas is the reason why we was enslaved.
Are you saying men?
Like, not like black people.
Okay.
I think it was, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't necessarily think that white people were just so smart and so strong and just came in and conquered us. I think it was other groups of black people who didn't get along, selling out their brothers, selling out other people, because you know for sure that just because you're melanated doesn't necessarily mean you're the same. You right? So of course it's that. But then within that time of us going through that, our mindsets and the brainwashing, I think having a picture of a white Jesus in your house is a generational curse. And I can go into every grandma house down here and it's a white Jesus in there on the wall, and they won't play with white Jesus. I think that's a generational curse.
Okay. So you think that the system is to blame initially for the breakdown?
I think our families were systematically broken down. I don't think that it's one individual woman, one individual man. I think that it was programming, concepts, and different things that went into it. But so now we keep blaming each other and fighting each other. You know what I'm saying? And we can't even fight the way we're gonna fight the system is being together, but the system is literally keeping us fighting each other. But because you can't beat the system by saying we're just going, well, women are going to go this way and then men are going to go this way. Like, that's literally a system that's designed for us to be separate.
But think about the breakdown, the perpetuation of the breakdown, the system. So what the system implemented, think about us perpetuating it though, right? Even the fact that I don't need a man shit gotta go. That gotta go. Right? Because that's a part of the issue, seemingly. If the goal was to break down the family, that they were successful, and now we're saying I don't need a man. Think about that, right? If you know that the breakdown of the family was the goal, and then you perpetuate it by saying things like I don't need this, that, and the third, he got to prove. Like, how do we ever get the dynamic back together?
Right. And then think about, but you have to also think about it this way. If men are associated, once women associate men with trauma or traumatic experiences, abandonment, there is no more need, because when they're saying that they don't need men, they're saying I don't need the abuse, I don't need the trauma, I don't need the abandonment, I don't need all the negative things that come along with trying to be with a man. I don't need the stress, the heartbreak, the tears, the whatever negative concept. And they do get to a point where they're so traumatized, they're so broken, they're so defeated, they're so bitter, they're so jaded, and they feel like this is the cause of the problem. My life got flipped upside down when I started dealing with men. And it's not necessarily men outside of their families, because I don't think they just want to disown the men in their families, but men in romantic situations. So they tried to play this whole, well, I'll just use men for sex and money. And it's a continuation of destruction, because baby, you ain't going nowhere with that either.
But that's why you got to slow her down, right? If you're having that conversation, right? Because if we say you control the choice of the men you want to be with, right? You have to be accountable for said choice, right? You have to be accountable for those desires. If you desire men with those traits, you have to understand that there's pros and cons with everything, right? And I think if you get back to the root, what you're saying, systemic oppressions were applied, right? And now we're here. So now we're perpetuating the systemic oppressions that have seemingly loosened up a little bit.
Okay, so what if you made your mistakes before you could gain an understanding, right? And you disqualified yourself from even a good man ever coming your way. If you one of them little girls, because let me tell you, HAMP, little girls was having sex in middle school when I was in middle school.
Sure.
6th grade, getting pregnant. 6th grade. They were definitely getting pregnant in high school. They were definitely having sex in high school. So by the time they turn 18, they ran through and they might have kids. And I mean multiple kids by multiple different men. So by the time men are ready to get married, because men aren't getting married in their 20s, and then think about what the dating coaches, what the media is telling them. Don't marry baby mamas. Don't marry at these different ages. Wait until you're in your financial stroke. Wait until you're up in your late 30s or your 40s to even get married. If you get married, because marriage isn't being promoted to men, right? So when they do this, now they're astute and they're good men. They ain't thinking down about a girl that had a baby at 16 and probably had another baby at 21 and had another baby at 25.
But
and she got three different kids and 3 different babies. She has disqualified herself from a good man even dealing with her. So now look at what her pool is.
Okay.
Now look at what her pool of men is.
Well, also we know.
Jail.
But there's choice in there, right? Now let me ask you a question. Is ignorance an excuse for a 14, 15, 16-year-old, right? Because we generally the old adage is ignorance is no excuse. So is that not true for a person 14, 15, 16, 17 doing adult things like having sex?
I would say it's no excuse. The world isn't going to see it as an excuse. No.
So that's why.
But in Niggerville, we're from Niggerville. We don't live in the world.
Well, but
we live in the black community where baby mamas do get married.
Well, what I'm saying is that we have to. Well, we ain't getting married, so even that part is tough, you know.
Yeah, but no, when we do get married, they be baby mamas. They be burying women with kids.
But what I'm saying is this, though, right? In order to change it, right, we can't say we. I think it. This is what I'm saying. I think it's dangerous for her to say, "These men fuck my life up." So now, fuck niggas, I'm just getting money, etc. Right? would it be more productive if we say, yo, damn, I made these choices. I didn't consider this. I desired this archetype, but this archetype has bad repercussions. You see? And now when she deals with herself first, what does it look like for her moving forward? You see what I'm saying? Because if it's blame outside of her, then what we can't, it's gonna be hard to fix because it's just
you have to take on the accountability. Everything can't be somebody else's fault. So when you meet a person and you saying all of these things, even when you start to blame the system, right? Because people who like Trump supporters, black conservatives who have the whole pull yourself up by the bootstraps, like that's kind of one of their biggest hangups is that, you know what I'm saying? You blaming the system because you was selling drugs. You blaming the system because you was
well, that's the next one.
Fucking at 15.
Well, that's the next one. That's the next one because that I think that is more that right there in terms of conduct in the earth, shooting, killing, stealing, how we see each other, right? I think that to say we are inherently violent, I heard that before. That's one thing that we got to get into, right? But first and foremost, when we're talking about bearing these kids and shit like that, you know what I mean? Like, what is the messaging, right? Let's say you had the ear of all black girls, 12 through 25. They all listening to you right here, right now. What do you tell them? And they fucking, few of them have babies, right? They trying to figure out what's next. A few of them been done dirty by some niggas. Right? So you got the whole gamut of reality in front of you in Niggerville. What do you tell them to make them most successful?
Okay, to first of all, let them know, because I don't think most little girls are being told that your body is a temple. If I don't understand it, I don't see a lot of kids going to church, but the same way that you feel like the things shouldn't be touched in the temple of God, whereas it was cherished, that's the same way your body is.
Sherelle, you talking to them. All right, hold on.
I'm talking to them.
Let's cause I'm about to clip this. I'm gonna pay for it on Facebook for it to go. I think you could pay for ads on Facebook. So I'm gonna go on Facebook and get this to go viral.
I think that's the number one thing that gets.
All right, start over. I'm the audience. I'm the little girl, man. You know what I'm saying?
First of all, your body is a temple. Okay, sex in your body. Don't let people violate that. Don't let anybody in there. I would say abstinence. If a man is not serious about you, you shouldn't be having sex with them. In self-accountability and self-awareness, you need to focus on that. Whereas whatever traumas that you're going through, you need to go ahead and go to a therapist. You need to read. You need to put yourself around people that's better than you so that you can have some different type of concept. I also think you need to move away from your family and the environment that you grew up with, and you need to go into the world to see that the world is bigger than what you.
Miss Sherelle.
What? Oh God! Body
is a temple. Can you break that down?
Your body is a temple. Like your body is a temple. It's like your womb. Your body is a temple from God. Like you should cherish yourself. Everybody shouldn't be allowed inside of your sacred places. Your body is sacred. You don't understand that?
Go ahead.
Okay. I also think that you should get away. Like you should find yourself around more positive people and make better positive decisions. And just first of all, focus on making yourself better. You can't be expecting of things and that you're not willing to put in the work to do. So I guess that's it. I don't know if my message is good, but whatever. That's what I tell my niece for real, because sex is for men that pay bills and take care of you and protect you and love you and care, want to marry you and spend a life with you. You want to have children with somebody who's going to be there and be around. You don't want to be a single mother. You don't want to do that by yourself. That shit is hard. For real, you do not want to be.
He said you put the kids to sleep.
It worked for me.
Oh man, what's up, Dawn? What's up, Riri? Riri say, "Wife school salute, big boy. What up?" Yo, I tried to.
Shout out to y'all kids.
So, okay, all right. And do you think that is, if they adopted what you said, we would be more successful in that facet.
Yeah.
Now the key is, Wolf Among Sheep reality. What's up? So the key is this, right? Now we talking to kids, but we have the behaviors being perpetuated by adults.
But it's starting when they're kids.
Okay, now they here, right? There's still a level of opportunity, right? Remember, what was it? 50 or 45% of Black women don't have kids, right? Wasn't that the number? Now you got this 45%. They're your big age.
My big age.
They my big age. They a little bit younger, right?
People at your age can't have kids. You're like 50.
They having sex. What's your messaging? Now these are more your peers. You see, it's not people that's gonna be all blue, bushy-tailed and eyes wide open because they like, oh, that's Miss Sherelle. It's people that you got to talk to on your same plane. What you tell them?
And they be lost causes about me.
Nah, what you tell them? What you got to say? Because I'm gonna tell them the same message. They say, what you got? Like, oh, let me lay it down for you.
All right, lay it down.
They say, what Sherelle? You think you somebody because you had your daddy and you don't got no kids and you retired and whatever y'all do and shit. Tell us how to be more like that.
Okay.
You gotta
learn how to be respectable. And the first person that you need to learn how to respect is yourself. And you walking around in the earth being disrespectful and unaccountable is a reflection of how you feel about yourself. So you're dealing with trauma too. So you need to deal with your trauma and you need to go down and figure out the issues in your life and figure out how you caused them. It's always going to be your fault. At the end of the day, you can't control the people around you, but you can't control who's around you. So you need to remove yourself.
Have you dealt with these men out here, Sherelle?
Yeah.
Okay. Are they good men or men ain't shit? What's been
One out
your
of 5
experience?
of them is good.
1 out of 5. So you saying me as a beautiful Black successful woman, I gotta roll my dice with 1 out of 5 men? How does that sound to you? Would you do that?
It's crazy. You gotta take your time.
Now?
Yeah, I do. If I find one.
What does that even mean?
If I find a good one, I go through the process to try to see if it's gonna work. And if it don't work, if I don't see a future with it, then you move on.
So 1 out of 5, 20%.
From my dating experience, but other people can have better dating experience. I got shit that I need to work on too.
Okay, but
like
you're saying
I don't go outside, so of course I'm not gonna run into a bunch of men because I don't go nowhere.
So now, how you gonna advise us women who are actually trying, and you say you don't even go outside? How you gonna?
Well, I'm not advising them on who they date. I'm advising.
No,
them
I'm playing the role as the women right now. How you gonna advise us if you ain't even outside?
Okay, what do that got to do with respecting yourself? You need to respect yourself regardless if you got a man or not.
But we talking about dating though.
We talking about dating.
Yeah.
You don't think that you need to respect yourself? You think that you want to attract men who are attracted to women who don't respect themselves?
What's disrespecting myself?
The way that you carry yourself in public, the way that you perceive if you dress like a hoe, if your ass is out and you're twerking on the internet, if you're disrespectful and you're loud and just belligerent all the time, everywhere. You don't respect men. You don't respect anybody around you. You can't be told nothing. You have no self-awareness. What you mean?
Sorry, miss. Where are you from?
New Orleans.
I thought people put their breasts out for beads down there.
They do. Tourists.
So that is one of the least.
But tourists do that. Like New Orleans girls don't pull their titties out for beads.
Stop. Where you think they get it from?
The white girls who come down here to do it.
So you saying that
New Orleans people don't even catch beads like that? Like they catch beads for their children and they throw that shit away. God please.
All right. So let me ask you a question. I have my iPhone here. I have iTunes.
Okay.
Come here, bring that dick here. Come here, bring that dick here. Come here, come here, come here, come here.
She from Kenner. She's from Kenner.
That's
no, so, but I'm saying like you showing examples of women that don't respect themselves.
Okay, but
you
you
can
were
play
saying
it in you could figure that out in every bounce song, as far as I'm concerned.
how did they say it? Girl, she won't even let me talk. So
Your shiny nose ass.
I'm just saying, bro.
Stop putting Vaseline on. Just use
So
lotion.
when she respects herself, is it just her clothing?
No, it's just how she presents. But it's definitely like her clothing is definitely a part of it.
Okay. Is it how she selects men? Like where is she getting all this from? How can you tell a grown woman she disrespecting herself?
A woman who respects herself is not going to choose a man who is disrespecting her. If you consider yourself a bitch, if you let men call you out your name, disrespect you, talk to you any kind of way, that's just a reflection of how you feel about yourself. The men that you entertain is how you feel about yourself, regardless of what you think. If you let any and everybody inside of your body, inside of your energy, inside of your life, that is a reflection of how you feel about yourself.
But it's 1 out of 5, though. Think about that. It's 1 out of 5. If
But
you're
you gotta
saying
learn
it's
how, you gotta learn how to not have company. And when you find your good one, you do right.
What's a good man?
One that's honest, one that's doesn't, he's respectful, honest, that's it. Honest, respectful, faithful. Unless he like Muslim, I guess, or whatever, Israelite people. But I mean, you're still gonna be his wife, so
Honest, respectful, faithful. Are you saying
respectful and responsible?
Is a man okay? So you took faithful out.
That's really all that makes you like. If you're a mature man who's honest, respectful, and responsible, that's all it really takes to be good.
So is he? So did you take faithful out on purpose?
Because black women are outnumbering black men. Black women are going to have to share. I just think that they should share in more legitimate situations.
So
I think it would be okay for a man to have multiple wives as long as he's going to legitimize and take care of all of those women and all of those children. I think that would be a better solution. I think that thinking that we can just do it the monogamous way, knowing that we outnumber eligible bachelors, I think that's counterproductive. Unless women are going to date outside their race, and I know you're not promoting that.
No. So, well, I'm the women right now. So, are you saying that this woman, I can't play the woman no more because I had to ask this question. Are you saying that
you love playing a woman? I don't know what's going on with you, Ham.
No, not me. Now, so this part. So, are you saying that women have to be open to? Are you not really saying polygyny, but you saying like concubines?
Not concubines. I mean wives.
So they should be open.
We don't call Omar's other wives concubines.
No, those are wives.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that.
Well, let me ask the question first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't run it over. Let me say what's up. Who that? Harmonic, Ray Sean, Uncle Rick, Prime VA, what's popping? Raymo in the building. Let me see. Make sure I hit that like button and all that. You know what I mean? Did I get Mr. Ray already? Robert Smith, salute to the good bros and all that. You feel me? Now, the question is, let me read these supers, bro. Let me read this. So solid. I'm here for this one, Ham. I'm an expert on this movie too. Salute. I'm gonna drop the link in a second, brethren.
What up, buzzing, birds flipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to Ezekiel Ben Israel in the building with the membership. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain. Ezekiel once again. Ezekiel Ben Israel in the building once again. He said, hit the like button with the 50 ball. That's how you know he's serious.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like $25.
Perfect. Salute, my brother. Appreciate you. Shalom, Aki. Aaron with the $2 says, knights in medieval times would be thug adjacent.
That was out with the king, though.
So knights actually come from prestige, though. They don't come from the bottom pause, actually. So it might be actually different. I don't know. I'm not so sure.
They were still the bad boys, huh?
No, I don't think so. Well,
They
I
were
guess
just
we got to do more
noble.
research. Yeah, they would come from like a noble place. Red with the $5 says, "Chicks be like ellipsis. Do something to make me feel good." Monsters Ball, Holly Berry, MC Heavy Thick. Remember for 13. Sherelle in the chat. Aaron with the $2 says, "Can black men say we don't want black women because of our trauma?" MC Heavy Tits with the $10 says, "It's up to us to make that it's up to us that made mistakes in our youth to let the generation know to not make the same mistakes." Yeah. Mo Lift, that's one thing. MC Heavy Tits is ultra accountable about the things that she did coming up and where she sees those experiences. So salute to her for sure. Mo Lift was popping. Remember for 11 months. So I agree, Hank. But how do we expect women to take accountability as adults when, since the age of understanding for them, they were taught by us all they can do no wrong? I think a lot of it starts at that onset, bro. 100%. 100%. So that's a good question for sure. Ezekiel Ben Israel with the $5. Be the change you want to see. Mr. White. Salute to Mr. White in the building, man. He said, "Let's go, baby." Salute to Mr. White for the first 20 ball of the day. Didn't fit. Aaron with the $2 says, "Sherelle for president, Hamp for vice president. Vote team 2 wives." And you got it backwards, brother. I'd be the damn president. MC Heavy Tits with the $10.
Right. Period.
I'm open to dying alone with a pet raccoon because I messed up in my youth.
Wow.
Now, the question, to be clear, 455 was popping. I ain't been on tennis. Them Leos, what up? So, the are you recommending women be open to polygyny or their man having a concubine, or both, either, or what?
No, I think it should be polygyny. I think that women need to be in legitimized situations. You're not family building if you're not in a legitimized situation. Because how are you family building? That means your wealth is not connected. You're none of that. Like, you need to be legitimized. You don't need to be giving your all and your body and risking your health and having children for somebody who's not going to put you in a legitimate situation for you to be okay.
Okay. Yeah. So
I also think that dying alone shit is an option. I'm not against the whole dying alone shit.
We're
I
talking
don't
about generational curses, though.
What? It's not a generational curse to die alone.
No, but we're talking about remedying generational curses, right? The family matters, right? Being alone would go against that, right? So remember,
No, but because I think that women need villages, right? It's always been, but I don't think that we have a lot of villages anymore. I do think that you can be a part of a village, and it doesn't necessarily have to be that you're a wife and a part of that village. Like, maybe you, like me, I'm a part of a bunch of people's villages where I'm just the aunt. You know what I'm saying? I have my income is in towards helping my sisters, helping my nieces, and helping my nephews, and do things like that. I'm a part of somebody's village. I'm a part of mentorship and the upbringing of people, you know what I'm saying, and helping that way. I think there's many ways that you can help your community. Isn't always about, oh, well, I'm the wife and because that whole nuclear family shit is a bomb. Like, it's the reason why we call them nuclear weapons. That shit blew up the black family structure. Isn't it? If you can have a nuclear situation, that's perfect. But even the nuclear situations that work out, they work out because of the villages around them, the multiple nuclear families around them.
So you're saying you wouldn't want to be you. So I don't, because it's not really about you, but just because you use yourself in that mainframe where here's how this person is functional, right? Essentially, But before we get there, though, right? Specifically, you remember you talking to the group of girls, right, or women your age, a little bit older, a little bit younger. Is your recommendation to them be open to or be ready for polygyny, or for that man to have a concubine?
Yeah,
talking about breaking down generational curses.
I think that they definitely should be open to polygyny. They share these men anyway. they're sharing them anyway. So why wouldn't you want to share them in a legitimate situation? There's so many of them that would sign up. Like, if you listen to all them bounce songs in New Orleans, it's all about somebody being a side chick. It's always about somebody fighting over. I'm a fight for the D, fight for the D. Like, why can't you just be a part of the sisterhood? And all of y'all get on one accord and do what y'all need to do for them kids. Because it's bigger than you, right? Like single women without children, you have a different message because those women are still desired, right? Those women have more skin in the game. But once you are a woman and you have multiple children, if you can find a man that's willing to be the structure of your village, why not join that village? So you can do what's best for your children.
So, okay.
You're pulling in your resources, it's practicing group economics. Like it's so many different things. And it's a lot of ways outside of the government marriage to make sure that you're covered by the man that's your husband. There's ways around it. Other people are doing it.
And do you think that women are selfless enough to achieve this?
If they care about their kids, they will. I think it's something that they need to open up their minds to, of course.
Are you open to it?
Who, me? A multiple wife? Nope. But I also don't have the sexual lust proclivity.
So why wouldn't you be open to it?
Because I don't have to have sex. Like
well,
I can like God is saying
wait. Slow down. Think about this, right? Do you think that the men that you love and that's in your life will protect you?
Who, me? Yeah.
Do you think that men are necessary for protection at the very least? Do you think 2 incomes is better than 1?
Yeah.
So think about this, right? There's kids in there. The household has to function, clean, cook, protection, all that other stuff, right? The fact that you're not even super duper inclined sexually, right? But you still have all the great functionalities that women bring. Think about that dynamic in a household with more than 1 woman.
Yeah, but I already have men who are going to protect me, and I don't have sex with them.
But you don't. But
I have a dad and brothers.
But your dad and I'm being just serious, right? Your dad is he's a baby boomer, right?
He just made 76.
That's what I'm saying, right? Yo, you know what's crazy, Sherelle? He's 6 years past average age for black men. Think about it, right? In all praises, right? You see what I'm saying? Right? your brothers, are they married?
None of them are married now, no. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 living brothers now.
Okay. But yeah, okay. Okay. But you see, when they get tied to hold on a second. When they get tied to a woman, right? We know what happens, right? So if your brother's at home with his wife and etc., and they move this way or that way, right? What takes precedence? And it's not because they want to, it's just because what's natural.
I feel like it all depends on how your family dynamic is, of course. It would be case by case scenario, but even when my brothers are married, like I take like priority in their lives. Like even within like my brother's will or his like his life insurance, everything, like even within like their wives or their partners, they tell them like, I want to make sure that my kids are taken care of and my sister. And I'm the baby of my family, so everybody kind of has like we're leaving this to Sherelle. So many things that I'm going to inherit because I'm just already covered by my village. And not to mention, like I've done the work. A lot of people aren't going to sacrifice their 20s. I sacrificed my entire 20s to work to make sure that I can save and invest and do what I need to do to make sure that I take care of myself so I don't burden people. But I do feel like I'm in a good situation. Like I said, the Most High wants us to be married if we're going to be burning in the flesh. My flesh isn't burning. I have no problem not having sex.
I think you're right. I'm just looking at advice, right, for the multiple women who already outnumber the men, right? So let's say that, not to say that they won't have sex, right, but they're not super duper inclined sexually, right? They don't have a burning desire for it, but we are better together, right? And so in the protection, the provisions, right, just all of that, the covering makes sense to be associated with a man as his wife. So to recommend being outside of that construct. I understand how you can be successful in your anecdotal situation. However, for the majority, wouldn't it make more sense to do what you initially said and at least tie themselves to a specific man in a family conglomerate?
Yeah, especially if they have kids. So they can join a conglomerate. Like, even if it's like my family right now, we're looking into building compounds, right? So you know what a compound is, right?
Yes.
So just like even within that, like joining villages, living in compounds, there's also like other villages that's coming up. Like there's this, I gotta see this black lady, she's building a village, but joining a village, like even if it's, you know what I'm saying, there's just male leaders there within it. You don't necessarily, I don't think you necessarily have to be giving up your body.
But they don't want a bunch of single women walking around though.
Yeah, but my whole thing is that what's the other alternative? Because these women don't have men anyway.
Well, what I'm saying is get then that means they would get married.
But if I'm saying like even if we get every black man to marry every black woman, what do we do with the 2 million women who won't have a man?
Do what you said do.
Make them group up.
Sister wives, right? But
yeah, but then now but you still have to factor in that some of these women like women, some of these men like men, and some of these people are unmarriageable, whether they're men or women.
But it's extreme minority.
You think it's an extreme minority?
Well, like the men, what was the math on it? I think at most it was 10%
that are unmarriageable.
No, that were homosexual.
Oh no, I mean I'm just like factoring in the people that are just like unmarriageable, homeless people, people that are on drugs, mentally ill people, people that are incarcerated.
Functioning. That's what we're talking about.
Huh?
The people who are functioning. Like
yeah, and I feel like the numbers are like scarcity. So some of these men will need more than, they can't just take on one. They're gonna need to take on like 4 or 5.
Yeah, makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
7.
That's what Israel, you up to like 7 wives, right? I remember my cousin told me that I was gonna be a 7th wife, and that's when I stopped being an Israelite.
Well, I just think, no, it's just biblically speaking, right? That's what it says. And then even our Muslim brothers, they go up to 4, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, but just thinking about what you put out there, I'm just saying that they are 2 sides, right? I think those are too far apart. Like, be alone or be a sister wife, you know.
Yeah.
But if you're
like even my grandparents, right? My grandmothers, they were young when they got married, and my grandpas were older, so of course they outlived my grandfathers. I've never seen my grandma have a boyfriend. You know, like even with my cousin, you know, Pooh, her grandma's same way. Like one of her grandparents are still married to each other, Bobby's, but the ones that are widowed, like down in the South, once they get widowed, it's kind of like a wrap. They don't ever really get remarried like that. They die widowed.
I've seen that with the older generation for sure. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, ladies, Sherelle said, go ahead and
get your dog. But I still think that you should pull.
Now you're talking about generational curses. See, that's the thing, right, Sherelle?
Mm-hmm.
That dog thing doesn't help the generational curse as much as
I think that women being single and childless, if we had too many single and childless women versus too many broken homes, I think the single and childless woman would be a better option.
Is your recommendation polygyny or get a dog and die alone?
Polygyny or get a dog and die alone. That's actually the options. Now, if you can find yourself in a nuclear situation, put yourself in a nuclear situation, but you still have to understand all that we have stacked up against us.
Okay, so perfect scenario.
Like, I want you to be realistic about everything that's out there. If
case scenario though, because you're saying 2 total opposite ends, kind of. So what's the best case scenario for most women to kill this generational curse?
To not have kids to a man you're not married to.
Okay, and be willing to marry a man that already has a wife.
And be willing to marry a man that's already have a wife. And if you're not willing to be with anybody, do not have kids. And add your resources or whatever you have that can be added to a family unit, like your sisters, your cousins, all of these women who need help. Be a part of a village.
Let me open this one up. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I gotta drop this link.
You don't like when women just want to be a part of the village? Some women are not going to ever get married, and they don't never need to have kids either.
Well, that's because there's a couple of options, right? But what I'm saying is, I don't think women want single women running around being helpful and shit like that. Like, no, I just don't see women liking.
Oh, I don't necessarily mean become a part of a village where there's like your sister's husband and you in there with your sister's husband, but it's a bunch of single women that need to be together in the villages.
No, you don't want to breed any potential homosexuality. So
homosexuality from girls?
I don't know. Ali was popping. I got my main lady, but 7 of them been giving me a hard time. Thanks to Sherelle, after letting them watch this, I finally got my castle. Thank you, Sherelle, for doing God's work. We couldn't have done it without you. I gotta get to one more curse, but I think that this curse is very interesting. Ezekiel with the $10 says, solution, ellipsis. Can we try to repent and return to the Most High and be a family again? Well, I think, and that's where the 7 comes from, Ezekiel, as I'm sure you know, right? Pursuant to Isaiah 4, right? So that wasn't like random per se. So this is a part of the family structure that we did have, you know, and then it was, you know, made to be illegal or demonized by other ideologies, essentially, you know. So, but yes, in terms of this wholeheartedly, the commandments will help us, right? But we kind of have the conversation in a fashion in which we can include all ideologies, and once we get people to start listening, then we start to hit them with the substance. So, your eye will be evil towards your brother. Do you think that black men are inherently violent?
No.
No.
I think that men in general are apex predators.
Okay.
You're just, and even with the people that you love, you're their apex predator. You go down, somebody tries to do anything to your family, you're going to be willing to kill, die, go to jail about what you love, about what you believe in. I think all men intrinsically have that. They're willing to kill, die about the things that they love. So they have that in them. Black men just don't have enough hobbies. Like I said, like, remember me and Tip was having an argument where she was like, can we get little boys like cooking sets, kitchen sets? Like the little girls have the kitchen sets. And I was like, no, make them fish. Make them go hunt deer. Like, that's what they need to be doing. Like, they need to be in the wild, hunting, fishing, like doing stuff like that. Because they need to get out the aggression that they have, because they have like a lot of testosterone in it, and they need to know how to channel that. But just violent and evil, no. But the other people are.
But generationally,
Neanderthals.
But when we look at, that's true. But when you look at generationally, like how now obviously white people fought each other, but they also did a whole lot of conquering too. You know, like our violence, how we see each other, seems like it's just perpetuated in generation after generation, right? You can go through damn near all from every riot to every era to gangster to drill to all that shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, what do you think about this? Is this a generational thing that we have to handle?
No, I think that
what you think?
I think that black people are tribal, right? They're just very tribalistic, and they're willing to go for their tribe. I just think that we need to reverse on who we think the opposition is, because we've been like programmed to think that your opposition is, if you're a blood, then your opposition is a Crip, or if you're from 63rd, your opposition is the niggas off 64th. If you from the Ninth Ward, your opposition is the niggas out the A-Wall. And I just think that that's crazy, right? Because they're doing what men's supposed to do, is protecting what's theirs, standing for their rights, standing for their honor. they're just doing it in the wrong way. Like the programming is, this is not actually your enemy. Men should be willing to kill and die for about what they love and what they believe in. They definitely should. Every man is willing to do that. Even the others, like conquering, a lot of them had to die, going to war to do things like that. They were willing to die, you know what I'm saying, in battle, and they were also willing to delete people in battle to make sure that they have what they have. I don't think that's anything a negative concept. Okay. But it's like, what is your purpose? I don't think that they are misguided in their purpose. Like, what is your actual purpose, and what are you actually gaining from these abilities that you have? You misusing them.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, but we misuse them specifically on each other, and in mass as it relates to other cultures, right? But remember, right, we're looking at generational curses, and where do the curses come from? Your eye will be evil toward your brother, right? The man who is tender among you and very delicate, his eye will be evil towards his brother, right? That sounds more like cursed. Generationally, we always had this proclivity to seemingly fight each other and to not fight the man. Ain't that the crux of the issue in itself? Even when you talk about the gender war as an example, right? Wouldn't it almost be the same reason? Like, we got the guns pointed in the wrong direction, and if so, why?
Yeah, I wonder. Is it like a fear of the others?
What you mean?
Like, do you feel like you? I don't think that they feel like they can beat the power structure, but they still have to take that aggression out somewhere. So it's easy to just take it out on them. The pent up frustration is valid.
Damn, my bad.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think the pent up frustration is valid. I think that a lot of people's frustration and traumas is valid. I think the way that we go throughout processing them is problematic.
I wonder if the root cause is kind of very, very similar, like, to all of it, you know? Even when I showed the clip with Robert De Niro. Now, his dad wasn't able to 100% save him, you know? But his father figure, right? When Sonny pulled him out the car before his friends went and did the thing, right? You know? Like, is the root of all this shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let me read this real
and
quick.
then it also the way that we demonize it, right?
Real quick, nigga.
Okay.
P. Keezy with the 20 ball. What's poppin'?
Shit like that.
Nowadays, when a man wants to take on the risk of multiple wives, and why is Sherelle slow? And why is Sherelle slow to tell these women to do the work to make themselves attractive to a man who gives monogamy? This advice might be priceless. Huh?
What?
You want to respond to this?
No.
Rel, what's popping? Salute, my G. Thank you for always holding us down 100%. So solid was goody.
We can't have a good conversation. Hamp got mad last time, so let me go on mute.
Yeah, I remember. What's happening?
Boring.
Came up here because I seen that thumbnail, man. That's like one of my top 5 favorite movies. So I just wanted to come chop it up about that. As far as the generational curses, I think Sherelle on fire. You know what I'm saying? Like,
tell me why.
A lot of the shit she's saying, I just identify with. You know, I'm out here in the Bay, and all the shit that I came up around, including my family, my school, and everything like that. If you like the shit y'all was talking about earlier, if you're interested in trying to break the generational curses, the first people that you get alienated from is your family. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you start trying to like knock against any of that shit, what people don't get about the deeper psychology of it is, if you try to break from the norm of your family, they get offended by that shit. Because then you kind of basically saying with your actions is, you did this wrong and I'm trying to correct it. And a lot of us Black people got hella pride and ain't trying to accept that shit no matter what. So to me, that's, to sum it up, that means you're more interested in your pride than actually breaking a generational curse. And like, a lot of us just ain't willing to deal with that shit, so we separate. And like that's like who I am. You feel me? Like I'm more interested in black people as individuals than groups of people anymore. And I don't know if you remember, Hamp, that's why I told you a long time ago, you feel me? I was like, I think you make black people look beautiful. The way you act and the way you handle yourself and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like it's admirable. You know what I mean? So when I see it in an individual, I always recognize it and give them their kudos and shit because I don't see that a lot, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So when the other side of it is just, I'm just tired of giving excuses and just not changing the curses. I'm just a doer now. That's why I don't even hop up that much to talk about back and forth and men versus women and all that shit, because I'm just not a talker no more, man. I know what's up. I know what's happening. I know the moves I need to make. I know the shit that we need to do. And nobody want to listen to me. That's cool. You do you. I do me. And shit, we win at the end, you know?
But who do your kids marry? Who do your kids associate with if you the only doer in the neighborhood?
Well, that's the sad part, man. Like I'm more cynical about this shit. They don't. They just gotta follow me. And if they do see somebody in the neighborhood that's like exemplifying the shit that I teach or that's similar to me, then yeah, I don't mind them following their lead, even if it's different from mine, if it leads to success. But, you know, in my community where I live in a suburban neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? And the neighborhood ain't like the neighborhood I grew up in. So it's like, I'm not really, they ain't looking at nobody but me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I mean, I understand that. I just don't know how much change we can effectuate with being hands off and worrying about our own, you know. I just don't like, meaning the people who live under our roof, you know. Like are we actually like, are we actually creating communities of people that are of like mind so that our kids have someone to associate with and marry or whatever the case is? Or is it everybody saying, yo, carte blanche, you do you, I'm gonna do me, and we hope for the best? Every time we have other communities leveraged against us, right, it annoys me. But one thing I see in those communities is community, meaning like when you look at different like Jewish, the fake Jewish communities, right? Like they have systems and orders in place. Dearborn, Michigan, when they try to bring the LGBTQ shit to them, they wasn't having it, and it's largely Muslim, and I think they're from like Pakistan, like Indian or something like that, right? East Indian, I mean, you know. And so I see them formulating a place to where, okay, it's not just me, even though it's smaller, it's not just me. I don't see them saying, nah, fuck it, I'm gonna do it on my own.
Nah, I hear you. I just think that what Uncle Rick be saying be like 100 for me all the time. This shit is over. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to us, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, as a whole, as a group, I just really believe that like 100%. This shit is over. It's been over. I agree with certain of our race when we say we are a conquered race, and this is the remnants of what's left over. You know what I'm saying? So I believe that wholeheartedly. I'm not trying to preach that to everybody and tell them that's what they should believe, but I believe it because of what I see and what I experienced.
But what makes those people better than us? Like, so salute to Darnell, right? Salute to everybody who just came in. Sunshine, I'm 100. I don't know if I shouted you out last time. Salute. I'm gonna read that in a second, nameless. So, like Dearborn, right? Known for being racist, rightfully so. It's only them out there. Like, as an example, one of the brothers who lives near there, he's like, he goes out there during Ramadan because the restaurant's open late. And he's like, I had a taste for something, you know, whatever the food was, but because it's 95% Muslim, you see, all the restaurants open late because they all got the same belief, and now everybody can eat. And he's like, I just go because it's Ramadan, so I know they're gonna open later than usual, you see, or stay open, right? And I'm just looking at that. So why can't we achieve it?
We can, Hamp. I just think that
not if you say it's over so solid.
No, for the majority of us, not for everybody, but I think for the majority of us, I think that the links that we have to go through is going to be it's going to look way different. It's going to be harder than everybody else's. Like, I think like if you, Sherelle, me, Trigger Mike, fantastic. Some other dope people that I think that are just okay, Sorrel. I'm just saying other dope people that I just respect whatever their mindset is, you know what I'm saying? They got results. I think if we collectively got together and bought up a block just like they do, you know what I'm saying? And saying, hey, we all on the same mindset. Let's send our kids to this school. I think we have to do things like that and be more intentional like that. But it's more harder said than done. So I do think we can do shit like that. I just don't think that it's likely that we will.
I don't think we need the whole 45 million black people to do it. Like you were saying, like we take like-minded individuals, we buy land, we build compounds, we start villages, we homeschool our children. This nominal number of men versus women thing can be changed, because let me tell you, there are more black boys born than black girls. It changes when they turn 18 because of the crime on each other. So if we can provide villages in safer environments, we'll have actually more men. Because it's more with the kids being born, it's more likely for a black boy, baby boy, to be born than a black girl. The boys are coming, then they're disappearing around a certain age. So if we can provide them with better villages, better living situations, if we take them out of poverty, because as long as the little black boys are in a poverty trap and they're living in these communities, they're going to be victims of their circumstances. Because whereas the little girl who grows up in the hood might end up being a baby mama, the little boy who grows up in the hood would end up unalived or in jail. So if we can build villages, then we won't have this number. Like, it's not, sometimes even if it's a wash for our generation, say it's a wrap for our generation. Not when we have children being born every day can we keep saying it's a wrap. Not when we have children turning 18 every day. No, there's new people coming. There's more people being born. So we can't say it's a wrap just because we fucked up as old people. We need to take all our fucked upness, try to fix that, and give the generations that's coming forward a better opportunity.
Yo, Sherelle, right? Even I see like black men, they be so mesmerized, right? Like, let's say you ever see, what's up, Dr. G? What's up, Mr. William? You see like the brothers teaching, right? Or even like the Muslim brothers, right? And how nobody be talking except who's supposed to talk. You know, whoever on guard is on guard. Ain't nobody playing. The only thing you'll get is go to the front if you have a question. Right? Like, you see that militant, and then I be hearing motherfuckers like they too militant, or like I saw one, I think it was a meme. It was like this woman was like, I want a Christian man, but not an Israelite. He too Christian. Like
Christian extremist.
Like, it's like, yo, it's just so weird. Like, because there are small communities so solid. Like there was brothers. They moved to. You guys remember Ahmaud Arbery? He got killed in Georgia.
Sound hella familiar.
Yeah, he got shot in Georgia by the two white dudes. He played football, but not like he known for getting killed by the two white dudes.
He was jogging. He was jogging. Yeah.
So there's a community not far from there. So the brothers went to, protest. But right now they've grown that community to like 100 people, and they have trailers, but they had to get like energy ran to it, like, and everything, like had to do all of it. And so now they live in like trailer homes, because you can buy one, move it out there, and they got different plots and things of that nature. And it's small, right, in comparison to 45 million, but you got to start somewhere. Like Dearborn is Dearborn because people continue to move there, buy it up, take it over, etc. You can't open a business in Chinatown, I promise you.
Mm-hmm.
I promise you cannot open a bit, but you can shop, eat. You know what I mean? They might have a hotel on that motherfucker, but you can't open a business there, right? So just looking at the nature of it. Let me read these two real quick. Nameless with the 5 ounces. The silent generation is the same temporal distance from the Civil War era as it is from Generation Z. Epigenetics and curses are like fraternal twins. That is actually interesting. Not even concept, reality, right? Damn, that is interesting.
I like his name, the nameless protagonist.
Indeed. Harrison, salute. So did you have anything you wanted to finish, or we get Dr. G in?
Oh wait, the Avalon Village is a village that's being brought. And something I wanted to say about the vendors for Walmart, the watermelon vendors. Like when you go to Walmart and get the watermelon vendors, I've been to the farm that vends for watermelon. That the man who loads me owns it. His wife is the lady who checks you in. They own the entire town. There's trailers all over the town. I mean, the roads, the streets, everything is owned by them. The entire family of generations of watermelon growers. They're white. But what I'm saying is, it's like it's possible. Like where I'm from, I'm not going to say like where my grandpa's from in Mississippi. The schools are named my last name, the schools, the roads, the like even at the cemetery. My grandparents are the big people there. They have wells and shit on the land. Like they own this entire city and they're black. So it's definitely possible. Sometimes it's also going to mean you have to move from the big major cities and the sin cities that we love, but it's possible.
Word. Dr. G was popping. I'll be right back.
Hey everybody, what's going on, y'all? What's up, Chad? I hope everybody's doing well. I want to just start off by saying, Sherelle, you are an extremely insightful young woman. You emote a wisdom that I liken to some of the elders sometimes. It's really interesting. But I want to encourage you to keep speaking, honey, because we need to hear it. Okay. About the generational curses. I wonder, and your conversation has prompted so many thoughts in my mind, right? But I wonder if folks even realize that they actually are continuing generational curses, or do they think they're just living, right? This is just the life I have. This is the life that has been thrust upon me. And so here I am. I'm just living. Not a curse, not a blessing, not anything. It's just life. And without the consciousness, we can't make change, right?
Exactly.
We can't make change if we're unconscious that what we're doing doesn't have to be the reality. It doesn't have to be what we know, how we live, and how we continue to move, right? In earth, okay? And so these sorts of conversations are important because it begins to awaken us to the reality that this doesn't have to be life. This doesn't have to be how we live or how we continue to exist. Just because this is what's going on in my family with my mom, my grandma, my great grandma, doesn't mean that it has to continue to be that way, right? And I want to say this as well.
Well, wait a
If
minute,
you
Dr. G. Can I interject for 1 second? Because I was really feeling what you were saying.
Sure.
So that when you was talking about the consciousness, how we have to develop the consciousness that it is actually a problem, is we not just living. That's what I was trying to speak on with HAMP, where it's the consciousness is convincing people that you're not doing a generational curse, and you run into them problems with your own family, and then the pride gets involved. So then it makes it very extremely difficult to even change when you have to convince people that you have to change because something is wrong. Because like you said, they think, no, we just living. It's just how it is. Stop complaining. Stop. Why are you trying to make things difficult? Or are you trying to make me seem like I'm the bad guy? No. So it's like certain people, we just don't. I mean, I just want to comment on that, but go ahead.
Well, you know, part of it, I think Sherelle said it earlier in the conversation, you might have to pick up and establish your roots separate from the family that you grew up with, separate from the family that you've been the closest to. You might have to do that in order to begin to realize a newness, right? In order to get to breaking those curses. Because how can you operate with a different mindset and a different way of moving if you're still in the same community that's perpetuating the curse? You're not going to be able to do that very well. You'd have to be very strong to do that. Let me say it that way, right?
For real.
And so, you know, and I don't want to talk about my own situation, but I picked up and I moved away from my family home. I had to do that, right? And so I know it can be done. And I don't have any malice with my family. That's my family. I love them. My hometown will always be my hometown. But I wanted something different for my family and for myself. So I moved away. Okay. The other thing that I want to say really quickly is I want folks to understand that even if you made decisions that contributed to the generational curses that were mentioned, you can begin to create a newness with your offspring. You don't have to continue to operate the same way that you yourself operated. For example, if you were a woman who had children out of wedlock, and so you're this perceived baby mama, I can't stand the terms, but just to further the conversation, if you're the baby mama, you can begin to create a different and a new consciousness within your children by, first of all, telling the truth, right? Being a baby mama or a baby father is not what you want to do. I know you love mama, but you don't want to be like mama. You want to be better. So you want to create family. And the way you do that is by not having children and establishing children outside of wedlock, right? You begin to teach the reality that's sometimes hurtful because it's not yours. You didn't do the right thing. And so sometimes it's hard for us to admit that because I didn't do the right thing, I don't want to necessarily show up in my children's eyes that way. But in order to break the curse, you got to tell the truth. And you got to let your family and your children know, listen, it's on you to begin to create a new line of thinking for this family. Okay. And I say that with a certain amount of assurance because I too had to do that as well. Right. We won't have any more children out of wedlock in this family. We will be married and we will create families in this family. I know you love mama and I know you believe mom did the best she could for you and all the things, but mom didn't do it quite the way she should have. And so I need you to take the baton. And I need you to run this race the way that it needs to be done so that we continue this lineage in a proper and healthy way. Okay. And I'll leave it right there.
What's happening with Mr. Williams? What's going on, man?
What's up, y'all? Good afternoon.
Hey.
Everybody on the panel. What's up to chat? Dr. G, you put it on the it's all about, just like I always say, just be transparent, tell the truth. You know, there's nothing wrong with telling the truth. And you got to understand, part of the truth is when you're trying to be better, everybody's not going to be able to come. They're just not. One bad apple is what they say. Sometimes you got to leave that rotten apple and you have to move forward. But it doesn't mean don't try. But after a while, you can only do so much until you have to leave. And if you do leave, make sure that you do give back. And it could just be little small things. You know, just like with the kids or what have you, I'm not saying give up. We've been having this conversation in the last few weeks. Don't give up. You fall, you know what, get back up. So when we're doing these generational curses, you have to just be transparent, tell the truth, be able to adapt with any situation, you know, and it's not easy. That's the one thing I want the chat to really understand. It's not easy. Nothing worth fighting for is. So when we say that the Black community is destroyed, it's just in repair. You know, it's not all the way gone. History repeats itself. You just keep on correcting, you keep pushing, and you help those who want to be helped. But everybody can't go.
In Hamp's absence, I would like to pose a question, if I could, to everybody on the panel. When you look around, and I'm not talking about like stats or nothing like that, nothing that you could read from, but when you look around in your particular communities, is it your opinion that the whole of the Black race, when you think about it, when you see them, is the majority of the Black race trying to break generational curses? Do you see that?
I
From
can't. I
where I'm
can't.
from, no.
You
I
said
can't.
no,
I
Sherelle, from
can't.
when you see.
From the community that I'm in, and I'm closely still like in the same community that I grew up in. New Orleans is always going to be New Orleans. The only thing I see is people maybe getting more money, but they don't necessarily have like financial literacy. So I don't see it going to be leading towards generational wealth. They're not like buying homes or anything like that, but I feel like they get a lot of money, so it's a lot of flashiness, but still kids out of wedlock, still like
Character
the same. Yeah,
issues.
there's still character issues, still mindset issues, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the people that are doing something are typically people the ones that are leaving and not coming back.
I feel the same way. What about you, Mr. Williams?
I mean, I see families just, living day to day. Everybody's trying, everybody's working, everybody's raising their kids, but I don't know enough to say what their mindset is. I don't know what they battle, but I do see a lot of families raising their kids.
So it sounds like you're saying you just see them doing the bare minimum, but you don't see
What's the bare minimum?
Taking care of your kids, because that's just what you're supposed to do anyway.
What do you mean how's that the bare minimum?
Because if you have kids, you're just supposed to take care of them. When we talk about breaking generational curses, we're talking about doing more than taking care of your kids. So
I mean, breaking generational curses, keeping your kids from drugs and things of that nature. Things that alcoholism. Things of that.
Mr. Williams, that's not just taking care of your kids.
I'm just saying it's like y'all diminish a lot of shit. Yes,
I think you just want to argue.
It's normal to take care of your kids, but that's not minimal. I can't stand when y'all say that. Raising kids ain't nothing minimal about raising kids. Nothing.
For sure. Dr. G, what do you see when you be looking out?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Like when you just be out and about in your regular daily activity or in your communities, around family, at work, just in your normal daily activity, do you see like the majority of Black people, the results that they're doing, that how they are living, that they are breaking generational curses, or do you see that that's not happening?
I don't know if they're breaking generational curses. You kind of got to know, it feels like to me, you kind of got to know them a little bit more intimately to know what their situation is, to know that. But what I do see is Black people being together, right? I see young people having children and I see them together, the mother and the father and the children. I see more of that with the younger generations. And I see people trying to work together to sort of navigate this life. So I'm not sure, but I guess that is an aspect of breaking generational curses, right? Because it's not just a woman with many children with no man, or a man with children with no woman. I'm seeing families, I'm seeing togetherness. And so that is an aspect of breaking the curses, at least from peripheral, right? What I see. I don't know for a fact, but I would imagine that it has to be, some of these curses have to be being broken because of what the stats are saying about our families, right? And the reality of marriage and those things. So I hope so, though. I tell you that. I definitely hope so.
Right on.
I think we can do it. I really think we can do it. I think that, again, if we begin to tell the truth about how we navigated the world and the way and how we could have made better decisions and not being ashamed about it, but just telling the truth, how it stands, right? I think we can begin to see change that way, for sure. And then hold our kids accountable for having the right information because we told the truth, right? And hold them accountable for doing better, being better, aspiring higher. Because they'll do it if that's what you're raising them to do, they'll do it.
Yeah, definitely. And even when you're the person who has to leave, like just have that obligation to your nieces and nephews. Now, one thing I do know is a lot of times we can't out-parent the parent because their parents and their friends and the environment that they live in will have the major effects on the kids. but don't let them just be clueless, right? Don't let them just be clueless. Like, have the conversations about like these statistics that we throwing around. Like, just have different ways and have more positive avenues for them, because you can say this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, but do you have positive, correct ways for them to do it? And I think we need to get into more of that, which is why we should be talking about solutions more than always talking about what's the issues, what's the problems. We need to get to the root of the problems, and we need to start figuring out solutions so that we actually have some type of blueprint to give to the children. Because we can say, oh, well, don't have a kid out of wedlock, but if we're telling the children, we're telling the boys to not get married and we're telling the girls not to have kids out of wedlock, we're going to end up in a stalemate, because then there's going to be no kids. And little girls have a biological inclination to have children. It is what it is. They want love. They want a man. They desire all of that. They attention from a man, affection from a man. They desire all of that. They desire to be mothers. And we're just trying to make sure that they can do it in a more responsible way, a more healthy way, a more legitimized way, so that they can have the security in the villages that they need. Men want to be with women. They want to have sex with women. They want children. They want a legacy. They want these things. So it's like we need to come up with a blueprint for them to be able to positively put these things together and be able to have better outcomes than we had. Because it's not going to be just like, well, just F the women, F the men, because we're taking our jadedness and our bitterness from mistakes that we don't want to have self-awareness about or take any accountability for, and then pass that negative trauma onto our kids. And I think that's what I see a lot. If your marriage didn't work, you're telling your daughters don't ever get married. If you couldn't depend on the man that was there for you, you're telling them, girl, you don't need no man. You're telling these children this at 12. If a one woman break your heart and you telling 12-year-old boys, fuck these bitches, get money. You see what I'm saying? Like, that rhetoric has to be combated.
No, real talk. Hey, so Sherelle, did you see the movie?
Yeah, I saw the movie.
You seen the movie, Dr. G? On the thumbnail? A Day and a Night?
No, but I am going to watch it.
Okay.
I'll have seen it after this broadcast for sure.
It's a hell of a movie, man. It's a hell of a movie. Mr. Williams, you seen the movie? No? So Sherelle, I see you said earlier, you said it was just alright or some shit like that, or you ain't like it?
Yeah, it wasn't like all that. I'm not a movie person though.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, because I think that's one of the dopest movies ever, but I was about to say, you think it's just because I'm from the Beta? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe that's probably why I think that.
Yeah, my favorite movie is like,
The Notebook.
I don't know, Love and Basketball.
The Notebook, that's crazy.
Love and Basketball. Of course, a black movie.
Sherelle, is it The Notebook?
No, it's Love and Basketball. Paid in Full, stuff like that.
No, Love and Basketball, Paid in Full. There's some good ones though.
But to finish what y'all was saying though, I do believe that when it starts from birth, when majority of these kids appreciate what you teach them to appreciate. And I think that's one of the biggest things. If you teach teach a kid to just appreciate McDonald's, guess what they're gonna want all the time? McDonald's. You know, if you teach them that you know what, you need a home cooked meal, that's what they'll do. But I think when we're breaking curses, you know, you have to be persistent with how you're raising your children, so it can become a legacy type thing. If you're wanting a balanced family, I mean, we see it out here. We've seen it since we were all young. We've seen the do's and don'ts of what our families did. And like you said, sometimes you do have to break away. But I think it really starts, just like what we were saying yesterday, I feel as though it starts at childhood. That's the best way to break anything, is to start that foundation. And the older they get, structure, discipline. That's how we do this. You have to be well disciplined. You have to be structured. And with structure, you know, sometimes it's going to come a time where, you know, things will go left, but then you just dust yourself off and pick up and keep it going. and pass it on to someone else. And usually your children will pass it on to their peers, you know, and that's how you start that. And it can help through other families' households. That's how you build a community.
Yeah, and I think that like, and then all you have to do is be proud about it. Like, I think for us, when I was in high school, I was a virgin. All of my friends were virgins until they finished high school and they went into college and got into relationships. Only one of my friends became a single mother. The rest of us is single and childless. Like, it's still up until this day, and are requiring marriage before they have children. So even with them not having fathers in their home, because I had a father in the home, and I've just been like open about my mindset and being able to bring the logic towards people. When you love and care about people, you bring them your logic, and then you can give them a better outlook on life or a better understanding on life. You see what I'm saying? And then you pass that along to the kids and the generations that come up around you. But a lot of it's just like this, like I said, building communities with like minds. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you're gonna always have your detractors, like people in the chat and stuff like that. That comes with life. You're gonna have your detractors or your people who feel like, oh, nothing's gonna be perfect and nothing like that. But let them be loud about who they are, so you can make sure you know what to subtract from your village and what kind of mindsets you don't want, because children are sponges. They literally soak up everything around them, right? So once you give them all of this negativity, or you make them feel like, well, even if you get married, you can end up being single, and it's like, yeah, and every time you get in a car, you can get into an accident. And every time you eat food, you can get food poisoning. It's so many things. Every time it rains, there's a rainstorm, you can get struck by lightning. But what's the chances? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean don't live your life and try to do the right things. So
yeah, I want to add a couple things, and then I'm gonna get off. The first is, once we begin to break the curses and you see the outcome of what you've done, it will forever fill your heart, right? When I am watching my son engage with his son, with his wife, okay, I am moved almost to tears, and I have to be like, okay, Granny, chill, right? Every moment don't need to be a crying moment, okay? But I appreciate being able to be a part of that village, okay, channeling what Sherelle was saying, right? And watching my son raise his family with his wife. It brings me a certain amount of pride and joy that, sure, I contributed to what might be conceived as a curse, but then I also corrected it with my line. Okay, we're not continuing that. I have a younger son who's 25. He is not married and he doesn't have any children. Okay, so this is how we're continuing to do that. And it brings me great joy to be Gigi, right, to my grandsons. Okay. The other thing that I want to say, and then I'll get off, is to those of us who are older. Well, let me rephrase that. To the younger generation, I'm Gen X. I'm right in the middle of Gen X, right? To those of you all who are younger, I want you guys to give us a little grace, okay? I listen to the young people, and I know how they perceive our advice. I know how they perceive how we see them, right? But I ask you to give us a little grace, because we were conditioned to be a certain way. And so what you're seeing is us living that out without breaking anything. We're just living, not thinking about how we were raised. We're just doing what we saw. But there are a great number of us who are conscious enough to know that if we really want to engage with the young people and get them to listen to us, it requires that we listen to them, okay? And we hear them. Without trying to change them, we hear them first, okay? There are those of us out there that want to do that. My contribution to our community can only be as impactful as the youth begin to listen to the advice that I have. If I'm not giving advice to the youth, if they're not listening to me, my impact is dead, right? Because the youth is millennials, zillennials, and now my grandchildren. So what I have to offer is vast. But I want the young people to just give us old folk a chance. Okay, we adjusting our canes and our walkers. Okay, we trying to get it together. But I want you all to give us a break because there are a good number of us that really do want to continue to pour into our community in a respectful and intelligent way. And sometimes we miss it because, again, we're operating on what the boomers gave us, right? And we know that some of that is not quite what we need today. Okay.
It's easy when it's you though. It's easy when it's you though. When it's somebody like you, it's easy to give you grace. But a lot of your generation, they don't come in like you be coming in.
Well, that's why. Well, but I may not always resonate either. You know what I'm saying? But if we give each other a little grace, I think we might be able to come to an impasse. I don't know. It depends on what your intent is, right? If your intent as an older is to point blame and y'all didn't do this and y'all didn't do that, we'll see now. It's over, right? We're not going to make any impasse that way. But if your intent really is to establish a connection so that the youth can benefit from your wisdom, benefit from your mistakes, right? And then begin to break more of those generational curses, then I think they're here for that piece, right? And so I'm gonna leave it at that. Listen, I love y'all, okay, and I want to see us do well. The Black community is my community. It's not dead. It's not gone anywhere because, as you said, we keep pouring into it. We keep creating more lineage, right? We're here. And so we just have to learn how to connect with each other in a loving and compassionate way. And I believe in giving grace.
What?
Okay.
What in
That's
the general hospital is happening up here, man?
You know, listen, you don't get to come back. You don't get to come back and disrupt our moment.
Hey, he do that
Okay.
all the time, Dr. G. He'll leave, right? And then we be sitting there chopping it up, kicking it, and then he'll come back in and just like get on all of this stuff.
And then I'm mad you gonna do General Hospital. Is that a shot? Like, is that some kind of? Because ain't nobody watching that today. That's what we watched in my time when I was younger. Right, that was a shock.
So I couldn't hear it because I was on the phone. I had the sound down, so I was looking at the chat. Then I seen Sway pop in. I said, "Okay, old niggas must be talking a lot."
Listen, I already said that was it for me. I'm done. I love y'all. I'm out. I got to get into this farmers market.
Dr. G, I didn't even get a chance to ask about the grace.
No, we already had this conversation. You ain't finna do this in the public. No. No help. Grace is the word of the day, y'all. Find you some and give some, okay? Damn. I love y'all. Bye.
Love you.
Bye. So solid though. I want to ask so solid this though, because that statement you just made. So when we do give you all grace, your generation, because you made that statement, we give y'all grace and we let y'all just talk and talk and talk. And then when we do say anything, even if we agree with you, y'all just come straight for us. Even when I say you're right, I get where you're coming from. So how do we build that when I feel as though y'all don't want it to be built? I feel like y'all stay broken.
I'm about to be 40 years old this year, Mr. Williams. So I don't know if my generation is the one that be going back and forth with you. I think you're talking about like the mid-20s, the 20-year-olds, and maybe the early 30-year-olds. But I would guess, my guess is why they don't be wanting to hear nothing and they kind of like tone deaf to y'all is because y'all remind them of somebody else that be giving them the same information in a more harsh way. You know what I'm saying? I would guess. Because me myself, I'm pretty open to criticism from my elders and my uncles and shit like that. A little too much so sometimes. Sometimes I feel like I need to have my own mind more than listen to them. But I would guess that's why they be getting the tone deaf on y'all. And You know, you remind them of something else, somebody else, or what you saying remind them of something somebody else said to them in not such a good, tasteful manner. That's what I would guess.
But I think where the discernment part comes into is I'm not criticizing anybody if I'm trying to have a conversation with them. And I think they get that kind of mixed up with conversation and criticize and being hypocrites. They use that like in a negative way so much they don't even realize the definition of being a hypocrite.
Well, let me ask you a question, OG. Like, are you talking about the dudes on the panel, or are you talking about dudes in your own personal life?
No, I'm talking about just on YouTube. I'm not. No.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're talking about on the panel on YouTube, man, this shit is like a breeding space for just argumentative, antagonistic, going at each other. Oh, but you said this, or no, you wrong. I'm not focusing on the answer.
You can't do that. You can't do that, right? The whole world went virtual for 2 years, 3 years, right? There's several departments that never went back into an office. People converse. Online dating is more popular than in-person dating now, right?
Yeah.
So to say that just because it's the internet, you can discount it, we can't. So solid. These are real conversations with people that you don't have rapport with. So if you can make an impact in this type of conversation with people that you don't even know, that's where you can effectuate mass change, not just in your own barbershop.
I disagree, because
What you disagree?
Because I see what you're saying. I mean, but I just don't.
You
agree
didn't
with
have
the
to
fact
disagree with that. You see what I'm saying? Well, let me ask you. You're in California, innit?
Yeah, he did say that, but yeah.
You're in California, right?
Yes, sir.
California was closed for 5 years. Everything else was open. California was closed, right? Y'all still found a way to function out there, right? Did you see the stat? Hold on, beloved. Did you see the stat where the young boys, it was like less than 10% approached a woman in person in a year, but they do it on the internet. You see?
That's exactly why it's not real to me, though.
How? They creating relationships off of
because that's
Tinder.
Because just hear me out, right?
I got my bad.
Hear me out. So me having a conversation on a panel with another man about something passionate, I don't feel is the same as me having a conversation in person where we can touch each other, where we can see each other and see each other's body language, not just my face, but how I shifted my foot, how, you know what I mean? Like all that. You don't get that on a panel. So I don't feel like it's a real, genuine conversation.
So tell me
so many things and elements that are missing that are in real conversation between two human beings in person. So a lot of bravado gets projected on here that wouldn't be projected if he was in my face.
Understood.
You see what I'm saying?
I know, but here's the thing about the skill set here is now you have to tap into things, pause, that you normally wouldn't, right? Mm-hmm. The aggression that you exude in person is different. I agree, right? Having a conversation with me with just a few different experiences, right? When people go different ways with things in person, it would be manifest much differently with me as well, right? But since I know that we don't have those tools to our advantage, right? We have to tap into different things to get through the actual conversation and not bravado.
Understood. Mm-hmm. But I was speaking on that directly, the dynamic that Mr. Williams was talking about, having conversations with younger gentlemen of his race. You see what I'm saying? So like I would guess he probably gonna say I'm wrong. Mr. Williams always say I'm wrong about everything. But I would guess that
don't be doing that, man. No, I
you be hating.
Yeah, when have I hated on you? You name it. When have I hated on you? Never. I laughed when you was talking about that.
Here's the truth. This one thing, Sherelle, right? And this is why I tap into different resources that I have, right? Just in my head and in terms of conduct, right? People be more honest, I think, in these boxes because it's safe. A motherfucker will say just about anything in these boxes because it's safe, right? Because you don't have physical access, right? The women who probably, like, you look at their conduct here. Now, this is where we may agree to a semblance, right? like we have an opportunity to, like, they could talk they shit. Cause you can't hit me, nigga. Like, so just think about that dynamic. The fact that I can't touch you, right, gives you the brevity to be a little bit more candid in your speech. But I think the majority of the women so solid ain't foolish enough to be talking to niggas all crazy in the street because they know how crazy the streets get. So I think you get more information in the box. That's all.
I think
that's
right.
a great way too, though. I think
right.
because a lot of times we never really understood how people think or how people feel. And I'm one of those people, you allow people to do what they want to do, so you see what they rather do, right? Without that actual threat coming towards you, you're just saying anything. And now I get to understand what your character really is and who you really are. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of times, even when we're not the ghettoist or we're not the Pookie or we don't have that background story, you're the one with the money or the education and you're a fucking, you know what I'm saying? And you get to come on here and really show us why stuff don't work in middle class marriages. Why is it? Because when we from the hood, it's like, oh yeah, we from the hood and this is what's going on in the hood. But so I think that it just gave me a better perspective on why things don't work out in middle class, or when people start making these 6-figure earner things like that, like the character that comes behind that. I think I've been able to see that a lot. And I see why, like, okay, because y'all are always asking like, well, why are women only dating the Pookies and Ray Rays? And then the regular guys come on here and we're looking like, yeah, this is very undesirable.
You said
money with the money and all, like, you know what I'm saying? Even when they have the money, it's like wow, like it's people that get up here and they have the money, they come from a 2-parent home and they suck the air out the room. Everybody's just like, oh God, not, you know what I'm saying? And it's like,
so let me say something to that, Sherelle, because this is what I'm talking about, Hamp. You see what she just said? They get up here and they suck the air out of the room with whatever they're doing. The environment breeds that. I don't see that happening in person where somebody has all the right results. They got they got the 2-parent household, they got money, and then when I see them in person out in the streets, they not sucking all the air out of the area. They actually giving game, they humble. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same dynamic as it is on here. And I honestly don't think that y'all is giving, like, being honest about it's like it be hundreds of people watching. So people be up here like, you feel me, acting out and be wanting a word to be heard instead of actually getting a solution.
It's really thousands by the end of the show.
Yeah, exactly.
Rewatch.
That's a dynamic, Hamp.
I know. I'm thinking when you're talking about people in person, like the people I hang with are in close proximity of me, and then they have a similar mindset too, right? So it's curated. I think up here it's less curated. You get more different. You get different schools of thought, right? Which is why you don't get like hopefully you can guard against the echo chamber as much as possible, although people of like mind group together seemingly. So I'm just looking at that. Also, another thing on what Sherelle said, this sparked in my head. If a lot of us, if the majority of us men don't even have access, right? Shit, how often do they even get to talk to women? Who around a pool of women where you can actually hear their thoughts? Like, when you ever around 8 women and you like, what you say? Like,
right. But so do you think when they get up here and be around these 8 women that they don't usually ever be around, that they acting like they real self? You know what I'm saying? Like on some real shit though, they not, nigga. Like, they up here pretending to be somebody else, they being a representative, and then they go out there in the street and then they around 8 women and they silent as fuck.
Well, no, they actually are showing how weird and shit they are. What you talking about? That's what I see. That's how I look at it.
Right, because then y'all are saying they don't have access to these women, but they're socially awkward. They're not walking up to women. They're not, you know what I'm saying? Women are usually getting chased down or run down by men. You know what I'm saying? And these men already psych themselves out, so they're not even running down on women. But like I said, that even all of the weirdness that they show, the fraudulent stuff that they show, all of that is who they are. And we get to see these other archetypes of Black people, and then we can kind of like get a bigger picture, because sometimes what in our neighborhoods is all we know. Because I know a lot of times somebody jumped on the panel, you be like, oh, he couldn't make it where I'm from. Like, he wouldn't have made it on my block acting like that. Or being that way. He'd have stayed inside. You was never a neighborhood kid in his shows. You was never like really outside all the rest of the kids jumping fences and, you know what I'm saying, climbing trees, running, riding bikes, skating. You wasn't doing none of that with the regular kids.
Yeah,
Like
square as
if
a
you
box.
was in the suburbs with some
Square as
white
a
people.
box. Yeah, square
Yeah,
as a
real
box.
shit. Hey,
Bring your
Hamp,
little
like
hill figure tucked in. Yeah.
when you what I respect about you, Hamp, bro, is I've been watching you for a minute, right? It used to get real hot on here sometimes. It be getting real heated. And you got to calm everything down, right? What I fuck with you about pimping is I see a lot of the same thing that you be doing is how I would do it. When niggas get hella heated and shit on here, you get calmer because that's I don't believe that's how you really are is the calm nigga on here. You see what I'm saying? Like you be like, hey man, chill out. Hey, listen to me. No. I think if it was in person, you be the aggressor. You see what I'm saying? And most of these niggas over here yelling and doing all that other shit, they be like you. Hey, calm down, relax. No. So it's like to me, it's not real life to me. Because I think you get calm because you already know, like, bro, I can't touch this nigga. Be getting on here and getting loud with this nigga for what? You feel me? Like, it's not gonna solve nothing. But I believe if bro was screaming like that in your face, bro, he'd be asleep. So it's like
tough.
It's to me, it's just not real life. Now I do believe that there are real discussions in here and there's real game being given on here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think all four of us up here is talking about some stuff genuinely. You know what I mean? But it gets so convoluted with bullshit, it's hard to tell the difference, pimping, like for real.
I don't know. Go ahead, Shura. I was just gonna ask how we get on that.
On what?
Like on like the dynamics of YouTube conversation.
Oh, that was them too.
Yeah, that was me and Mr. Williams.
I was asking him because what Dr. G said. So when he cut her off, I wanted to know why he felt that way about the older generation. I just been hearing the same talking points, so to speak, and I've been hearing it for so long now that it's just gotten old, and I just feel like it's.
You know what? I'm realizing though, the older generation to the young people on YouTube is X. Like the boomers don't really be cutting up. Like who's the boomers? Like Dr. Payne, like Mr. Payne. We don't have a problem with Mr. Payne. They don't.
But they got like OG speed. You know, all of them, the ones that they used to argue with, they lump us into it.
Well, you know what? Because y'all kind of sound the same. I ain't gonna hold you, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, but the young ones sound older than we do. When you did that panel, man, I was like, they sound older than me. I was like, wait a minute, is this a bunch of 60 years old? Hey, I'm 49. They sounded like they was 50.
Oh, the young boys?
Yeah. And you know it, because we were laughing the whole time. I was constantly in the chat that day, like, oh, really? Y'all, and then they talk about us, they said the same things we say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when they talk about the old heads, they talking about you, Mr. Williams.
I ain't worried about it.
They saying like you. No, I think
because I do listen. You know, I do have a good rapport with a lot of them, though. Out of all of them that I deal with, it might be two that really just can't. And even me and CJ, we repaired our whole little relationship. Well, I know it can happen.
So, Hemp, you don't think that women refusing to have kids out of wedlock, if that equals no kids, you don't think that that's a solution to the generational curse? You would rather them have kids out of wedlock and have like a bunch of broken homes than to be single and childless?
Rather? You look at the options. Look at the options you presented.
Like so, which one? Like you gotta like.
But those aren't with the options.
Pick Trump or.
Those aren't the options under question. No, are you asking me a separate question?
No, I'm asking that specific Trump
or
Kamala.
The options that were in place that you put in place specifically was have no kids or get in a polygynous relationship.
Yeah, but even a polygynous relationship is still wives. Even if you're a third wife or a fourth wife, you're still a wife.
I'm not disputing. I'm just going off of the options that you presented. That's
okay. But what I'm saying is, if they're not a wife, then they don't need to be having kids. Which means if they're not, even if it's not polygyny, so which means if nobody marries them, there's no kids. So if now we end up with too many single women with no kids, would that be more
Better?
problematic.
No, it would be better.
It would be better. Okay.
Yeah, it'd be better than just having kids willy-nilly, of course.
Yeah.
You would, yeah, but
sometimes
yeah,
you have to go to one extreme to get some balance.
well, yeah, but the initial option that you gave are the ones that we were minding out. You just presented some other shit. You presented what's already in place.
Because I'm always going to think about the worst case scenario.
Yeah. So compared to what's already in place, should women stay abstinent and not have kids with men that they don't have any intentions with? Yeah.
Men who are not their husbands.
Yeah. I just because I'm just trying to be open to like all these different constructs. You know, people talking about common law marriage or whatever the case is. I mean, so Steppenwolf for the 10 ounces. Get the likes up. 346 watching, 172 likes. Come on, y'all.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
With somebody for 10 years. I'm pretty sure you'll have kids by then.
You don't have to. Smooth with the 10 ounces. Putting your money together and build. Quote, Hamp, how often have you heard that? Unfortunately, I've lost pounds, euros, and dollars contributing to such causes. To no avail, and it's heartbreaking. Damn. No, I get it, man. I try to partner with a couple people on a couple different things, and you realize that there are a decent amount of people who just don't put in the pain, who don't put in the effort. It's very convenient for them. When it's hot, it's hot. Everybody want to be a part, right? When it's not, you start to see people's colors and intentions, right? So now I understand that, good brother. I understand that, man. Nameless protagonist with the 10 ounces. Think of the Civil War era as a nuclear event. Post-detonation, radiation is the invisible deadly threat to deal with. Time, distance, and cover are the only defenses for radiation. So too with curses. Time, distance. You think so? Smooth with the file says, drop Playboy for 5 minutes. Let that sleep clear from his eyes and throat before he comes on here arguing bare minimum. I missed that part. What was it?
He said it's not bare minimum to raise your kids.
It's not?
All right, so me and Mr.
Williams be back in 5 minutes. Hold on, so sorry. Let me just read this one. Ezekiel Ben Israel with the $5. I like the members only streaming. The likes be up there. Go ahead, so solid.
That was about when you was gone. I asked everybody on the panel. I said, when you look out in your regular life and your community and everything, do you see Black people, for the most part, breaking generational curses? Not none of no stats or nothing like that. Just what you see, what you experience. And Mr. Williams, one of his answers was like, "Yeah, I see people out there raising their kids. You know what I'm saying? Like raising their kids." And then I was like, "Well, not that. I'm talking about breaking generational curses, not just doing the bare minimum." And he got mad, and that's why I say he always be hating on me and saying I'm wrong, because he said, "Why y'all always saying that just raising your kids is just the bare minimum? I hate when y'all say shit like that." You know what I'm saying? So I mean, that's what bro was talking about. I guess he was agreeing with me that raising your kids, just taking care of them, is the bare minimum when it comes to breaking generational curses.
Okay. True, what's popping?
Hey, you didn't hear shit I just said, but it's cool, man.
That's not you will give me the context of it.
How y'all doing today?
He didn't let it marinate. Like he would let some good shit marinate.
He give me the rundown. What the he give me a
You was in your phone, you wasn't paying attention. See?
I got 2 ears. I actually read books, you know.
You gotta read?
Yes, well.
I can't tell by them super chats.
I'm from Connecticut. I got a 1330
I'm
on
from Connecticut.
You from where?
New Orleans.
Yeah.
Period.
So Solid was telling me what he was telling me. True, what's poppin'?
What's up, family? What's going on?
What's goody? How you?
I'm good, man. Life's good. Blessed.
Yes, sir.
Loving the topic. This came from Sherelle. I respect.
Yeah, I built it out. I did all the work, but she just typed it.
Okay, I believe that.
Generational curses. I'm like,
I believe that. But I mean, I love the collaboration. Like,
yeah.
What did you do? We just did it
100%,
live.
man.
What
I
did
think,
you do?
I
What
think
did you do? Make the thumbnail?
yeah, I think collaboration is if I say it's a good idea, she said, "Yep." Like, if that's what you call collaboration, then yeah, that's true. So,
yeah.
Wow.
I brought this idea to you. I'm the mind. You're just a pretty face, okay?
No argument out of me.
I'm the brains. You're the beauty, okay?
all right, Terrell, let True talk, please.
Nah, it's cool. I love what y'all discussing. You know, we touch on this. We touched on it. Dipped our toes in it.
That's what she said.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's good. I would like to definitely see. There was an older lady who was up here. She was spitting some gems, but I would love to see how they believe we should move forward, because there has been advice. There's been things said, but what is it that we want? I still don't think as a collective mind community. What do we want? I heard Sherelle say it like maybe 30, 40 minutes ago. We get money. Like, we know how to do that. We know how to work. That's easy. But what do we want? And then I also heard her say, like, oh, they wouldn't make it on my block, or they corny, or they lame. And that still exists. Not saying that that's current day mind, but I think that's what always keeps us at odds. It's like there's this shaming that comes along on being someone who doesn't want to participate in degeneracy. But
Yeah.
I'll fall back.
No, you consider corny, right? Without the participation,
I mean, I ask people, it may sound like divisive, but I'm like, what does it mean to like be black? Like, what does that mean? How do you describe that to somebody who ain't looking at you? Like, when you say I'm black, what does that mean outside of what we know it to be, habits and things like that?
Does it mean anything for any nationality of people?
I think what I observe is when people are referring to things, they refer to culture, not so much color.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're referring to color, not so much culture, which maybe it belongs in the same vein because, we're from America, but usually people who look like us, that's from Nigeria, they say they're Nigerian or Caribbean or whatever. Same thing globally.
Yeah. So I think when we say black, I think it should have a capital B, because I think it is talking about the culture. Because when I say black, I'm not considering people from the continent, especially like the eastern part of the continent or the northern part of the continent specifically. I know that those aren't the same people as us.
No, for sure. So with that, I think that's an advantage, because we've been given what it is to be black. Like, we've been told what it's supposed to look like, and some of us have carried it out. So we got a unique opportunity to create what it is we want it to be, especially now that we don't have the confines of slavery and Jim Crow, all those particular things.
You think the majority or minority of us carry out the stereotypes?
I say it's half and half, but maybe 60-40. You think it's majority?
Hell yeah.
I think it's a loud representation of the minority, that from what I see, because there's people who live in the hood that aren't hood, or at least they don't carry out hood behavior. It's just location. We know that.
But true, they might not, but they'll rep that shit if it's in the right setting. You feel me?
I'm not removing that. You're right, but you know what I'm saying is that's what I always still to this day try to figure out. What is it? Being a black male myself, I gotta carry this, but I'm attached to what I don't necessarily participate in. So what are we doing about it in the community? Like, what do we want it to be now, moving forward?
We speaking on it, but we ain't really doing nothing to change it, because like the same people up here talking about it, well, 2 weeks later, tell another black man he ain't black because he don't do something that's deemed black. You know what I'm saying?
You're proving my great. I'm glad you said that, because you proved my point.
We ain't doing too much about it, bro. We just talking about it a lot, pointing it out. But then when it actually comes time to act that shit out, we revert to the same bullshit.
What do you mean though? Like, are you saying like if we're in a threatening situation, like we respond in kind?
No, not nothing threatening, right? So like, for example, I don't know, maybe this is not a good example. You tell me, was you making fun of me, man? when you called me 300 solid.
No, you got 3 Hondas.
Nah, see you smiling. You know what I'm saying?
I don't even think I said that. I think Aaron said that.
I said it. I called myself 300. I was being facetious. I was joking around because I got 300.
Oh, I changed
right?
your name, I think.
Yeah, and then you changed it to 300s, and then later on, Mr. Fantastic was like, "Yeah, that brother driving an excursion." He was like, "And 300s."
I just never heard that before.
Nah, so, but I don't know if he was making fun of me, right? But what I'm basically trying to say is, most brothers that I've been raised around would not consider that a flex. You know what I'm saying? To have 3 Hondas, that's all 2024s, that's all new. You work by yourself. You know what I'm saying? You don't your wife ain't helping. You got 4 kids. One of them Hondas is for her. You see what I'm saying? So it's like that's if I was to go out there and try to tell somebody that, they would, make that not be such an achievement, just by way of trying to make me seem less than. You see what I'm saying? And that's not black, bro. Why you ain't got a cutlass? Why you ain't got a scraper? You know what I'm saying? Like, why you over here flexing the 3 Hondas like that's an achievement? Nigga, you ain't black. You Asian or something, nigga. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. They'll find some type of way to disqualify me other than just saying, "Good job, black man."
I mean, I don't even know why do you have 3 cars?
What's going on? Because I got a wife, an 18-year-old daughter, and to be honest, I should only have 3, but one car, the tranny fell out, and I didn't have no gap insurance, so I had to trade that bitch in and get a more expensive car because you know what I'm saying? But
you have to get a more expensive car.
Yeah, to trade that one in because
when you trade it in, it got to be that price and then some.
It ain't worth it for the dealership to give you something. You know what I mean?
That's exactly the price for the trade in.
Exactly. So they like, nigga, no, you gonna get this, or we ain't gonna trade your vehicle in because they don't make money that way.
I got a question for True. You said that you felt like you didn't hear any solutions. Do you have any?
I don't think I said exactly that. I said I would like to hear what we're looking to do as a solution. One of the solutions I think is we need to disassociate with degeneracy. We need to figure out what being black looks like moving forward. And I would say 20 to 50 years out. I think that we kind of know how it is to do the gangs and do the jail and all the degenerate. We know that. The story is like as old as time. So we need to stop associating with that as being the only thing we have to offer, because every other group does have something they're known for. Outside of entertainment, we're known for degeneracy. So that would be where I would start.
So I suggested creating villages with like-minded people, building compounds for people to like group economics, practice group economics. I felt like financial literacy is also, was also one of our generational curses. A lot of times, especially like before they changed the age limit, a lot of us grew up with people putting stuff in our names when we was kids, light bills and babies' names, stuff like that. So our credit is always shot because we're usually typically getting our credit abused by like a parent or an aunt or older sibling in the family and stuff like that. So for working on financial literacy, also outreach to schools, starting different organizations. Black people started organizations. That's how we get the Divine Nine, right? So where they saw a lack, they came together to create a network of people, and look how long that's been established. We can still do that. We it doesn't have to be Divine Nine, but we can create different groups where we can have outreach and we can just join it. You know what I'm saying? If you want to go to a middle school and pledge it, like our goal is family planning. Our goal is to not have kids out of wedlock, and you take these kids and you teach them financial literacy, different things like that. Building within community and understanding. So when people are separating, because a lot of times for the first generational curse breaker, we get, like I said, isolated from the family. Eventually we get exiled. Because like So Solid said, once you have that mindset, you're basically trying to say to a bunch of arrogant, prideful people that they made the wrong decisions by trying to make it seem like they're cursed. They don't want to believe that. So that's a very lonely walk. But if we can create the villages and build communities with like-minded people, and we're networking, and all of us single wolves that had to walk away, if we can create a pack, then the next generational curse breaker has somewhere to go, and they don't have to figure it out alone. Because a lot of times people do set out to break the curses and they're figuring it out alone and they fail.
They don't got no precedent. They don't got no precedent. And if we could set the precedent, yeah, for real fact.
No, you're right. Those are all great suggestions. I did hear that, so forgive me. That's a great foundation. I support that definitely 100%. And
definitely, like I said, there's a lady, she's building a village called the Avalon Village. There's people who teach compounds, the different taxes, how to put your property in a corporation, what you need to do to make sure it qualifies as a compound. Because of course, a lot of times when you buy land, there are rules of your state that will say that you can't put multiple properties on one land, right? So you have to put it in a corporation, or it's certain different tax things that you need to do. And a lot of times we need to start paying for things, right? So the same way that we buy Jordans, the same way we buy Benz and we live in the hood, buy nutritionists. Because at the end of the day, the number one thing is killing us is food. And I would think that onus is on the women, because the women are feeding the men and the children. Most men aren't cooking, right? So the unhealthy food that we eat, as much as we love it, we still need to find healthier alternatives to the way that we eat. We need to be getting health screenings. We need to be, you know what I'm saying, finding doctors, going to doctors, making sure we keep it, which is another reason why we shouldn't be sexually just all over the place, because the STDs run rampant in our community. That's a generational curse that we decided to pick up, because that wasn't the old people's thing, but that's definitely something that we do now. So many of us have herpes, all these different type of STDs. And if we wasn't living this lifestyle, we wouldn't have to worry about that. So cleaning that up too, that's the benefit from it too. So within that, find you the person that opened it. I know a man in Houston who opened up a black grocery store. He needs to be giving out lessons on how to open up black grocery stores. If we know a black farmer, there's women online teaching people how to farm. I know so many people who are have turned their whole backyard into growing watermelons. They have papaya trees. They're turning their own thing. Villages, you know what I'm saying? Open up community gardens, different things like that. So once we have somebody who broke the chamber, it's not about gatekeeping anymore. It's about saying, if I'm black and I own a gas station, I'm gonna teach you how to be a black to own gas stations as a black person. Because all we do is restaurants and we don't chain them.
Yeah, no. I hear you. I think all those agendas are great, and I hope to be alive to see a lot of those come to fruition. What I also would like to see, and I think we can start on it don't even cost no money. I think amongst us, we need to stop disassociating each other because we make different choices. I think that we need to stop making it seem like if you go this direction, for example, if you listen to country music, you're not black enough. You have a Honda, you're not black enough. That to me makes no sense.
Hondas are amazing.
No, I feel you. I'm just saying, I think that, not trying to be super philosophical, but we all
look at him face though, bro.
He's about to throw up about the Honda.
Look at the face, bro. He said, "Fuck that shit."
Yeah. All I'm saying is that we already disassociated from a culture, from origin, right? So then we're over here in America, amongst a clan of people, we kind of all we have from a likeness perspective. But then even within the community, you're disassociated by different choices. I think that's extremely damaging, because all the agendas that Sherelle you're talking about, they're gonna be ridiculed. And yeah, we don't need everybody, but there shouldn't be a constant battle to be proving your blackness. It doesn't make sense to me. So
solution for that, right? It's gonna seem super extreme. Y'all may think I'm playing, but I'm dead ass serious, right? Like example, 5 dudes out on a block in the community chilling, right? They all talking about some nigga shit. One nigga break out a book. He like, man, y'all ever read this book though? And then one nigga be like, man, shut your stupid ass up, slap the book out his hand or something like that. We on these hoes or some shit like that. You feel me? All 4 of them niggas should whip that nigga ass. Just like beat the shit out of him, like right there. You feel me? And then
we don't need no more violence. These people got the button.
Sherelle, that's how we
so
civilize
solid,
ourselves is violence though.
Do you know what the
I'm
button
saying
is?
though, if that, All I'm saying is that's how we have civilized each other to get to the point where we are right now, and that's why it's so hard to break it because it is enforced by violence. So what I'm saying is, if we start enforcing the nerd shit and all the other shit that makes our community better with violence, it probably will work because it's been working. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm saying. If every time you try to talk shit about a nigga for doing the right thing, you get your ass whipped, I think you stop. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but they got the button.
What's the button?
It's a button you put on your semi-automatic to make it an automatic.
Oh, you talking about switch?
Yeah, that's what we call it down here, the button. So
oh, you talking about so you
like
saying like
because if you hit a little YN, they're gonna shoot you.
Well, maybe we
Violence is
just
not
shoot
the
that nigga
answer.
then and get it over with instead of jumping him.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get in the boxing ring.
I think I'm just trying to think about the the generational curses. We have to let me say what's up real quick. Frank White, Drabo, CDT. I think I got Smooth Miss Bells, Nameless Protagonist, Salute. I think I got Venus already. Devin was popping. Royce, salute. I think I seen Jarrett. I'm 100 Studio Mansion. What up? Salute. Lil Sco, the bass guy. I don't really know. Sis, what up? Marty was popping. All right, Machine, salute. So when we look at all this shit, like there's certain things we have to push back against, right? Because we know it's a minority of people that's really putting in work, right? Most people ain't trying to kill none, let none die, right? Ain't nobody really trying to fist fight for real. It's a lot of talking to so solid point on the internet, right? It's a comfortable place to do so, essentially, right? But when you see a little boy, right? And let's say he got size to him, pause. You know, like, what do you say? You know what I'm saying? You say, hey, man, you playing football? Or do you say, hey, man, you look like a lawyer?
Come on, man.
I don't know. You got to try different shit, bro. Like, I'm just trying to think, like, damn, bro, you look like a D lineman, or damn, bro, you look like a
you could say you look like a D lineman, but then say, but here's this what you could do over here too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
but what are y'all gonna tell that they can't work when they're in law school?
What you mean?
And then they can't work when you can't keep a full-time job in law school. So who's gonna pay for it?
You can't.
So if you're not smart enough to be getting these big scholarships that you need to be, you cannot work a full-time job and go to law school.
Well, you can work though, right? You're saying that it's difficult to work, right? Because of the demand, but it would also depend on the school. You know, they actually have different programs, like for people that are a little bit older that are looking for higher education. And so they make concessions like the school does for people, working parents and things of that nature to succeed, you know.
Right.
But elevated degrees, right, it's only gonna be so much concession they're gonna make, right? If you want to get
it's only so many concessions. It's so much that you have to keep up on, and then if you don't go to a right school, you end up as a public defender.
Well, so
and you won't even make enough to be paying back your.
Well, see, this is the thing, right? So we want to make sure that the things we spread are 100 as true as they can be, right? So there's tiers of law schools for everybody who doesn't know this, right? There are going to be certain law firms. If you didn't go to if you weren't from a tier 1, you can't work at these law firms, right? But there are also a lot of startup firms, especially in DC, where it's predominantly black because it's saturated with lawyers. There's been a lot of people who ventured out on their own to start their different firms and tap into the market, which is primarily black, right?
So they have to move to DC.
Now, also ADA, right? Y'all all watch Power. Y'all remember ADA XYZ? So DC, the public defenders are not that. They're not just some bottom of the barrel. You have to be able to, you have to qualify to get in that office.
Yeah, you have to vote in ADA.
But what I'm saying is, right, I'm just looking like predominantly black places where you can start to cultivate a culture. We just want to make sure that we spread the right information too. You know?
So what I want to be more inclined is do it accordingly. Don't tell your dumb kids, they're going to be the president.
Mm-hmm.
You just know, just get them into a trade.
What you mean? A dumb kid?
If you know your kid, it struggles in school, struggles to focus, and you know how demanding it is to be a doctor and a lawyer, why aren't you telling them to go to be a barber? Why aren't you teaching them business? Why aren't you telling them about plumbing? Why aren't you telling them about HVAC? Why aren't you telling them go get a CDL? There are trades where they can make good money, but you're telling them go be an engineer. Baby, engineers, he gonna be competing with Asians, straight A Asians.
What does that mean?
If he ain't a straight A student, it's gonna be hard for him, and he's gonna be inclined to drop out.
But what do
I
you
think
qualify?
we
See,
should
here's the thing about parents, Sherelle. Parents suck, and then we call the kids dumb.
But some kids are dumb.
Well, but some don't apply here, right? We this ain't the real world. Remember, y'all motherfuckers say some.
Most kids are dumb.
So like this, right? Just like if I take myself as an example, let's say my wife go to like Pilates on Saturday morning, right? And she go to this 7 o'clock class. So I get home from DJing 2, 3, 4 o'clock, right? So the kids get up 6:30, they up, right? They want to do this, that, and the third. They want to eat, dumb shit like eat and all that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
come on now.
Fuck that, baby shark. Now they in front of the
you don't
TV.
feed them?
Hold on. Yeah, I feed them, right? Cereal out of one bowl, and I use a spoon so they don't create mess. Now, baby shark be kicking their ass for an hour straight. She walked back in the house, all praise to the Most High, going back to sleep. But think about that though, right? Baby shark will watch him. What's the Gracie's Corner will watch him? You see, right? And maybe in my example, it makes sense just based on the
don't ever tell that story again.
Nah, but
bro, I was like, God damn.
No, but nah, ain't no goddamn. He ain't coming. Y'all ain't talked to him all week. Don't call him now. I'm just saying that this is the truth for a lot of people. You be home from work, dog tired, right? And people, you scramble up some food for him real quick. Turn on the TV, shit like that. That happens for a lot of parents because we in a constant rigmarole. You know what I'm saying? And so then the kid isn't given all the opportunities, right? So like yesterday, we went to the library for 2 hours, right, with the kids, and they have a whole library thing and shit like that. But how often is that happening? And I'm just telling y'all the truth. My kids are also in swimming and soccer and in gymnastics and all this other shit, right? But just saying, right, what happens in real life situations if we be honest about it,
No, you keep it real.
I was saying like once they're in high school, you understand.
Hold on. Y'all gotta try the series. Trust me, bro. Kids don't. I'm talking about the little ones, not the big ones. The big ones get their own food. The little ones, though, you just like this here. They think it's a game. They run it back and forth. They made a whole maze out of shit. Whoever get back to get the next bite. Y'all niggas just trick.
No, he ain't lying though. I didn't even realize. I didn't even realize I did that until you said it. Yo, they do be running back and forth like, no, let me get it. No,
yo, and then pizza, you be like, ew, they be.
Look at him.
You gave me some ideas, Pimpin, for real.
No, I'm saying, but once your kids get to high school, you know their strengths and weaknesses, and it's no point in trying to sell them a dream that they're going to be the president if you know their strengths and weaknesses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was watching House of Cards, and the black dude that's in that show, Freddie, he was the president. The white president told Freddie's son that he could be president one day, and then as soon as the president left, Freddie was like, "Don't you believe that bullshit?" You know what I'm saying? Like he was like, "Don't you believe that bullshit?" He was like, "You letting the motherfucker say you some shit like that, and it's wrong. It's your own damn fault."
And it's crazy because I guess that's why the rappers be like, "The teachers told us we wasn't gonna be shit."
Mm-hmm. Nah, and I think Leo's made a good point, right, Sherelle? Like even when I'm coaching the kids, like I'll tell them, "You ain't playing college ball. Like you had a great career in high school, and it don't even be their work ethic. It's just that the genetics. It's so hard. Like I had one boy, Suku. Oh, he's so good, man. But he was only 5'6". Like it's only so much you could do with that. Because yeah, he can cover, he can run, he can tackle, but so can't the boys that are 6'2". And then the quarterback 6'5". Like you see how it just get further away from, and then the receivers are 6'3", right? So who you covering? You know?
But Hemp, that's why when you see that boy that's big, you don't say you make a good linebacker. You know what I'm saying? You tell him you make a good lawyer because he
No,
probably
you
got
tell
more
him you will make a good
chance.
plumber.
Right, or something else big in a blue collar job.
You will make a
You feel me?
good. You know who make a lot of money? The people who drive bobcats, like fucking operators that operate the
Yeah, they do well. I
construction.
think there's a lot of things that we don't think about, right? But here's how we channel it,
Forthwith.
and I want to hear True, Aaron, everybody. Well, let me know what y'all think. There was one thing, so I just want to make sure everybody has the right information, right? I think that's key. So like, salute the AC, right? Even though this ain't super, I just want to. So D3 doesn't actually have athletic scholarships. So just per that level, they don't give out money for athletics specifically. Now they'll find a way to get different grants and name it under certain things. I saw that happen. Like for instance, John Cena was an All-American at the school called Springfield College. He played like center, and I don't think he had to pay for much, but they find a way to do it, but not for athletics specifically. Just FYI, you know what I'm saying? But damn, what's up about that? So, what do you guys think about this, right? Because we want to try to transition to thinking, you know? They're not going to say, I want to be a plumber, Sherelle, right? They just don't hear it. But kids have gotten away from saying, I want to be a fireman, though. I want to be a police officer, right? So those things are very blue collar and functional.
They definitely not going to be 12.
Well, what I'm
they're
saying
raised to
is,
hate the police.
how do we? So what I'm saying is, you use things that are blue collar that they can identify, and then you get them into like working physically, working labor, and you say, hey, well, you know, there's this and there's that. See the guy who came to the house? See the guys who cut the grass? You know, he owns a company. He does 30 yards. Like, you know, how do you get them into that thinking? You know, get away from the athlete, get away from the rapper, right?
With the financial literacy and tell them like how most millionaires are made. Talk about really the million, because a lot of times when we're young, we either think we're going to be rich or poor. They don't think there's no way in between. It's like, oh, teachers don't make enough money. Teachers make $40,000 a year. You work at McDonald's. Teachers complain about their salary because they feel like they should make more, but they make more than the people who work at Walmart, who's the #1 employer in America, by the way. So you don't want to go be a school teacher because they don't make enough, but you'll go work at Walmart, you'll go work at McDonald's and Amazon. Teachers make more than all three of those workers, and those are the top 3 employers in the country.
Yeah.
Police officers make more than them. Firefighters make more than them. Plumbers make way more than people who work at McDonald's, Walmart, and Amazon.
That starts the conversation, but I think that financial literacy, you said it a few times. I think we need to educate how you source your money is equally as important as being employed, because there's tier levels to it. Like those are all what they call dead end jobs. At some point, you need to start having conversations about investing. At some point, you need to start having them understand how the world really works, credit, and all of those things. A lot of times, that's, you know, Mr. William not up here, so I'm not gonna get on him too much. But his generation, and maybe beyond, I don't think they really understood it, and so they couldn't give what they don't know. It was always this like standing firm on authority from being older, but you was old and ignorant. And it's okay to say, you know, I just didn't know. We can learn together. I don't see that humility, unfortunately. But yeah, we just need to make more. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, I think, yeah, our community has a series of issues, but for whatever reason, like Sherelle said, most of the community is in that capacity of work, but they're always still trying to make it seem like we're doing more. And most Black people are employed by the federal government or the county or, you know, postal, and there's nothing wrong with that stuff. I don't know why it's so, like, it's frowned upon, though.
Yeah, I want us to bring back being regular and being okay with it. We don't have to be millionaires. Newsflash, the majority of us will never be millionaires. What is so wrong with being financially stable with a nuclear family or a family and being able to vacation 3 times a year, being able to take care of your kids and put them in a safe environment? What is wrong with that? Why is that never the goal? We either want some slum shit or we a millionaire.
You gotta shoot. You gotta shoot. You gotta shoot here, and then you aim, and you land here, right? So I think that's the thing. And if you are a owner operator, right, as an example, if you are a master plumber, a master electrician, right, majority of people's millionaire status is in assets. So you'd be surprised that you can actually get to that status by acquiring assets. So you can acquire a home that's worth 400 grand, right? As long as you have 400, you need what 30,000 to put down or so. You know, I mean, right? Unless you get the HOA, right? Not HOA. What's it? First time home by FHA, right? Different things like that. But you'd be surprised that you can meet that status and criteria. You know, liquid money is almost overblown in our community. Let me know if you guys disagree, right? Status is a lot of it is equity and credit, right? Who's willing to give you money because of how much they trust you? You know, you're like an equity line of credit. Imagine that, right? You literally have a credit. You can use what you want, and it could be upwards of $100,000 and things of that nature, right? But we just don't understand these things. We always thinking about cash money in our pocket. You know, my mans used to walk around with a wad of money, right? 3 or 4 G's, right? And then they start laughing. Hamp, where your money at? I had like $70 on me. And I'm like, but you know, I got a debit card, right?
I be so disturbed when people walk around with so much cash and be like, you don't have a bank account?
But yo, they that's their mindset though, right? Shoebox money and all that, you know, and there's a place for money in a kitty, right? But not all your money, you know? So it's just the processing of what is value, you know. I think we misunderstand. So
Hey, Ham, would you say the number one contributor of that mindset would be our music?
No, our parents.
You got to remember that they had an economic downfall in their lifetime where the banks were insolvent. So I get where it comes from, fear, but at some point you got to get back to it, you know? So
yeah. People see so solid. Here's the thing, and I want to get Aaron in immediately after this, right? Our people specifically don't care how much it costs. We care if we can afford it on a monthly basis. You know, so if I can afford the payments, I'll pay it. Right. So if they say, you ever see those things? No money down, right? $200 a week or a month, whatever. Oh, hell yeah. But what they don't say is you're going to end up paying $50,000 for a $15,000 car because the credit percentage that you're paying is 18%. But all we say is $200 a month, I'm good.
200 is about fine now.
Well, you know, just that thing that get people to walk in that door. At 17% interest rate, you paying double for the car. But as long as I can afford
their sofas too, they furniture and
everything, rent a center. But as long as I can afford the monthly payments, I'll do it. At least, like, you know, they got Klarna Afterpay. Y'all seen those, right?
Klarna, yep.
Now those things get people in trouble too. But the only silver lining is straight cash though. You see what I'm saying? Because they still can't. If you can't buy it in once, you probably should chill. You know. But now that I can break it down in 4 payments, now I can afford it. That gets people in trouble. But at least I'm saying that there's no credit interest tied to it. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. Even with the payday loan places, they stay in business, like Ace and stuff like that. But the thing about it is, it's just like when I think of it, when we think about people being broke, I'll be like, but people have money. Because every time I'm at the mall, people at the mall. And every time I'm outside, people outside with new shit on. And them Beyonce tickets sold out. And they was cursing her out because they was too high. And the girl installed, they got 10 tickets left.
And that's why I said it. And that's why I said the music. And I understand your point here with the parents because I agree. But I'm just saying it's like I don't think their parents is telling them to do all that shit. You know what I'm saying? I think it's our culture and our music and
you don't gotta tell them. You gotta do it in front of them. right?
Mm.
So the parents doing all that shit, right? We haven't now. This is a little bit past our generation to say we had a light bill in our name. I think that's a little bit before us. I think I hear the Gen Xers saying my mom put a light bill in our name and shit like that. But that's how people been managed. That's how money's being managed, right? Let's go get cigarettes, beer, liquor, food outside. We'll pay the mortgage a day late, right? That shit ain't hidden from kids like we think. You know how much, like I'm telling you, that shit it happens in front of us, and we learn those habits. You know, Aaron, you there?
Yes, I am. Greetings to everybody. What's that? You want to read the super chats?
No. Rashada said, "Nah, I'm 31. I had wild bills." I said, "I say less."
My sisters got me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So greetings to everyone. Chat panel, DJ Hamp, as always. So I think you guys are like really brushing up on the beginning and the solution. I think everything that Sherelle outlined was brilliant, but I don't think any of it will work until we start to shift the mindset and the culture. And that's exactly what you guys are talking about. You guys moved right into where I think the change needs to begin, because without the right mindset, everything that Cheryl outlined, they're just going to be places where new kinds of toxicity can grow from, right? Spores and shit like that. Places with toxic competitiveness. There's no real productivity that comes about it, or it's just a get rich quick scheme, or all these kinds of things. It's not going to be implemented in the way that she intended for them to implement, or the way they're supposed to be. And the way to change the mindset is to change the culture, change the way we look at things, the way we see ourselves in relationship to those things, and the way we talk about them and promote them. And that goes back to what I always say: we're far too informal with ourselves. We don't value ourselves high enough. We don't look at each other as rare earth minerals, diamonds, gold, things like that. We look at each other as a piece of shit or a piece of wood at best, right? So I can't trust you if I don't think highly of you. And I can't expect you to trust me if I know you don't think highly of me. And I can tell you don't think highly of me because you don't speak to me like you speak to your boss. Or like,
Mm-hmm.
the fairer excuse me, the fairer tone, you know what I mean, society. We need to speak to each other like royalty and treat each other like royalty and demand that we respect one another like royalty and then go from there. Because then when we start, again, case in point, with the youth and the conversations with the old heads, they don't like us enough to even listen to us. And we don't like them enough to even listen to them to give them the advice that they actually are looking for. And it's not about liking, it's about respecting, cherishing, and valuing. Once we start to do that, then we'll actually sit down and start to listen to what each other are actually saying. Because that information will take value. We'll be listening to each other the same way we listen to law professors, engineering researchers, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It has to start there.
Okay.
So do you think that can be done without violence, Aaron?
I think taking violence out of the picture is part of that solution. I think violence in many ways is the antithesis of it. The only way violence can exist in the construct of what I'm talking about is as a tool to use against the opposition. Violence has no place in what I'm talking about. It must be done in the absence of violence.
Well, what would be like an example of how we would do it without violence, though? Because if you don't make people change, they tend not to change.
No, you don't have. No, it's not about making people do anything. See right there. So, for example, the thinking that you have to make people change is already counterproductive to the change that we want to see. Forced change is not a successful change, because now what you have is an enemy that is playing like your friend, and they're looking for the chink in your armor to get the best of you. There'll be a constant lingering what do they call that one, a grudge, right? But when you influence someone to change, or better yet, when you inspire someone to change, not only do they lock on to the change hook, line, and sinker, but they feel a sense of gratitude for you for facilitating the change or showing them that they can facilitate the change. And the best way we do that is simply through example. It all starts with the individual in the mirror. Start calling people sir. Start calling people man. Even if you see them as total pieces of shit and people are laughing. But we were talking about, you guys were talking about, what does it mean to even be black? Like, to speak properly and shit like that is looked at as a feature of being white. Well, why is this the case? And even if it is the case, in the face of it being the case, continue to speak properly, because what it does is it shows linguistic discipline. And it will cause other people to improve their vocabulary, improve their diction, so that they can better understand you. Because one thing that will happen for sure is that you will be in another room that speaks in a room with someone else that speaks like you, that has the keys, and the people that don't speak like you, that were making fun of you speaking like that, they're not going to know what the fuck you're saying. Now that forces them to want to be able to speak like you, but always know what they're saying. I'm not saying that you should not speak their language. You should be able to, just don't speak it. Speak the language that you want others to speak.
Normalize like conduct and decorum, right?
Exact. Thank you, sir. You took what took me 5 minutes of saying, did it in 10 seconds. Yes. Start there. Normalize conduct and decorum. Respect and cherish the value within everybody in the community. Start there. If we don't have those two things, the respect and cherishment of value and normalizing conduct and decorum, everything else is just going to be a get-rich-quick scheme that's being butted for someone else to snatch your money.
I think the normalizing the decorum is, of course, right? But it's just, I feel like black men, since we've been here in this country, have been doing that. You see what I'm saying? Like, from like Jim Crow era.
No, I don't see what you're saying. No, to answer your question, I do not see what you're saying in the slightest bit. No, I don't. But continue.
Well, I mean, there's no need to me to continue if you don't see it, because I see it. I've seen examples of black men always trying to do the right thing or set the right examples for their family or for other black men to set example for them. And it, to me, when I've seen them doing that, that's normalizing conduct and behavior, but it's not manifesting into what you're saying it should manifest into. That's all I was saying. Like, it doesn't seem like normalizing anything by just way of doing it gets the masses to move in that way. I think the only thing that gets masses to move in any type of way, whether it's a negative or positive way, is by way of force. But that's just me, Aaron. I hear what you're saying.
Well, then I would submit that maybe you potentially lack patience, or maybe you don't see the value in what I'm saying. I mean, there is always a long game. There's always a slow burn. And especially when we talk about financial literacy, the conversation you guys are happening, that is the crux of success, is the slow burn, right? When it comes to finances. Finances, the best finances are not secured by force. They're secured by strategy and patience.
Yeah.
Force would be robbery. Strategy and patience would be earning and leveraging. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, especially as a former military personnel, but even in the military, the slow burn and strategy is what wins the fight.
Yeah, 100%. And then just couple that with it taking time and consistency. Who's there to be consistent and making sure that these young boys are conducting themselves properly?
I'm so glad you said that. Consistency. That is it. That's the word I was looking. Consistency. Exactly. And you have to have repetition in order to enact consistency. And repetition takes time.
With the collective thought, though, I still think we need a direction. Like, ultimately, we're mining it out, as Hamp likes to say. But what's the direction? Like, what do we want it to look like? Even if it's a small subset, because clearly we're not going to get the entirety of the community to buy into all of these concepts: elevation, maturity, discipline, development. But where are we headed? Like, what are we ultimately trying to accomplish? Because what I hear is it's like kind of like a backtrotting of, well, as long as we're doing a little bit better than what was the worst of it, we're okay, like raising our kids or whatever. I digress.
Yeah, so you're right. You do kind of have to have a sense, well, not kind of anything. You have to have a clear sense of the finish line before you can start to construct your plan of attack. But you also can find something new and pursue that. Now, that's something that you see a lot in engineering. Someone didn't wake up one day and decide to make the automobile. Someone made something that led to the development of the automobile. And even then, that's constantly under development. So I think what you're asking kind of lends into that whole microwave idea of wanting it now. I think just pointing in a direction doesn't have to be where we're going towards, but what are we moving away from? And that's easy to establish because that can be found in the pages of history. Move away from that and then fall in love with the process of developing the community away from historical failures. And that will point you in a direction where you need to go because we don't know what the future looks like anyway. We don't know what the playing field is going to look like. We don't know what resources will be available to us then. But we know if we can establish some protocols like decorum, right, and consistency, if we establish those now that are universally successful and point them in a direction away from failure, fall in love with the process and success will come. What do they say? Earn a bunch of women, earn a bunch of money, the women will come. That's the talking point. Same thing with the process. Just pursue righteousness by fleeing evil. And doing so using protocol that you know does exactly that. The rest will come.
You be so, and this is, I don't know. I don't think that we do enough to see how this can actually happen. Like, so solid. Have you been around a bunch of young men, young boys? Like, have you invested in that demographic?
Hamp,
Before you say, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, my bad. But I was gonna say I was a mentor up here in San Francisco, going and talking to the young youth that's locked up, and then I was big brother, shit like that, going and seeing them, and this was all volunteer work. So like the shit that I be talking about, it's not me just talking shit, man. I didn't.
When they was knocked already?
Yeah, like the youth, like they'll either be out on release, on probation, or they'll be in their cell, and I'll go talk to them and like try to get it.
So before that even happens, right? So you have like 100 Black Men of America. You have the different fraternal orders, sororities, and etc. You have the actual coaching and whatever. And Big Brother is usually outside, right? And it's usually 1-to-1. But you'd be surprised with the discipline and consistency of how you can change their minds and their conduct. Like, and I just think that people think it's unrealistic because they never had a bunch of them and just saw like a epic change happening, because a lot of us don't feel responsible for them, but we want a community to look different. And I'm just wondering how, if we don't make a village investment.
I agree. I just think that village investment comes with force. That's all I'm saying.
You got to be hard on the kids for sure. But is that what you mean?
Yeah, showing them something versus making them do something. You know what I'm saying? And I don't really care about if they like it or not, or how it makes them feel or anything, because what I've seen in history, and I'm just using a macro example, every country that America's fucked over and like made into shambles, like Germany, Tokyo, wherever they've been at, the reason how they came back to power and how they got significant again is because everybody in the country said, look, this is what we gonna do. If you ain't with it, you can go over there. This is what we doing, and you gonna do this. And that's how they risen to prominence. But we don't do that. We want to address feelings and shit.
Well, would you rather be feared or loved by the people that follow you?
Would I rather be feared or loved?
By the people that follow you.
Feared.
Okay. Why?
Because, well, let me explain why? Yeah, okay. Because.
Why?
Yeah, right.
Explain why? Why?
Right. My fault. So the fear part, I feel like you can be feared. I feel like love is in there also. You know what I'm saying? So I think you can actually fear somebody you love. No, for real. I'm serious as
I'm
fuck.
talking about fear. I'm talking about fear, like how they fear.
I think you should fear me. I think you should fear me, but I don't think that you can. I think you can do both at the same time, like with your kids. My kids fear the fuck out of me, but they know that all that fear is coming from a good place. You know what I'm saying?
No. What you're referring to is like the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. What that is absolute attention, reverence. That's what that is. So when you fear the Most High, He has your undivided attention, right? And therefore, everything He communicating to you, you will consume all of it because you're not distracted by anything else, right? So that, but I'm talking about fear in terms of the fear as we understand it. Like there's like scared, that part.
Yes. I would rather the people that follow me fear me more because I don't believe love and loyalty will keep you from making the whole temple crash down. I think fear will, but I think it's very like funny how you do it. It's not exactly the way you're trying to make it out to seem what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like I think that there is a whole bunch of intangibles that go along with that concept.
So we're having a conversation because you introduced it. However, you introduced a different dynamic to the hypothetical question, right? So what was asked was, would you rather be fear or love? You had to put love inside of the fear that you want to be feared in order to make it work. So I'm just asking in a silo to understand the ideology. Would you rather be feared or loved? So I want to understand what you think is more valuable. That's the essence of the question.
I'm gonna have to stick to my guns and say fear if we just don't make it that like that. You know what I'm saying? Because at the crux of it, I would rather be feared more because I feel like with fear I can get a whole bunch more accomplished.
Okay.
Here's I think what the
Let
flaw
me
that
read
you
these real
may be
quick, man.
missing. Okay.
Let me read these real quick. P. Keezy. Mr. Williams for 50 minutes. He said, kindly drop Playboy longer. The discussion on minimum was irking for me. And then Smooth said, bring Playboy back. He's awake now. At least he tries to understand. Listen, I gotta get my boomer extra irritation in check. Smooth with the 5 ounces. Truth Table and So Solid are fake as hell, acting like they are hearing these solutions for the first time. Fuck out of here. Y'all want to respond to this?
Not at all, sir.
True. MC with the $2 facts. I'm doing my gardening now. Yeah, man. I didn't realize. You know how your potatoes spur? And you be like, damn, these shits is no good. You actually need those spurs to make new potatoes. I didn't even know that. Joel with the 10 ounces. Sherelle ellipsis. Ain't no way the same parents currently trashing blue collar professions because they think they don't make 6 figures. That our generation, by the way, supposed to instill those values in their kids. Do parents trash blue collar shit? Rainbow with the 2 ounces. Muggsy Bogues is 5'3". Kids can be what they want. I don't know, man. They said Muggsy Bogues dunked at practice one day. If that be it true, everybody ain't gonna be Muggsy Bogues. Reaper Rail with the $5 says salute. A lot of people selfishly don't want to help build the villages because they know the final picture won't materialize in their lifetime. Oh, it's a do for self type shit. Now, Mr. Fantastic, Sean was popping.
Yeah, shout out to everybody, man. I came in on a conversation before you got into the love and fear thing, so I'll try to, I guess, put the two together. I understand what So Solid is saying, and why he included love and fear is because fear is multi-layered, right? From the way he's speaking about it. As a parent, as a father, like you say yourself, Hamp, you give the example all the time. Mommy say do something, hey, everybody wilding. Dad motherfucking say, hey, everybody fucking get in line because there's a combination of love and fear that's in there. Fear also automatically comes with a level of respect. Love is not necessarily that. You feel me? So fear in itself, and I know he's not just talking about, some nigga on the street, stranger on the street. He's talking about from a training or leadership position as to where those people fear you, but at the same time they respect and love you because of, semi-harsh things. We ain't talking about, beat the hell out of them and you kill motherfuckers, but I feel what you're saying.
Well, that wasn't the question, though.
Yeah, I was just hey, that's what I was gonna clarify. So my question was this: was distinction between the two to get an answer about if you had them choose between the two or regarding people that follow you, which one would you choose? Yeah, I understand. I understand. Go ahead.
My bad.
Well, I'm just saying that I understand the aspects, you know. Like one of my mantras was don't cuss them if you don't love them. So if a coach came out there and I never seen him before, and he was yelling at the kids, him and I were gonna have a problem.
Yeah,
You ain't been out here with them.
The kids had a level of respect and fear for you as to why. That's what I'm saying. You know, they're everybody's not the same. Every coach ain't the same. Every boss not the same. Every whatever is not the same.
But my key for doing it is love first.
I feel you, but you even though it's love out of.
I ain't still hella fear for sure.
Thank you. That's what we saying. Like,
no, I understand, but my question, the reason why I was pushing back at him, is because I was looking for when I made the distinction. Which one would you choose?
The distinction, but in an explanation, y'all, you know what I mean, he wasn't being wishy-washy. He was telling you that you picked the fear side because the fear automatically entails the love.
What's up with you, my nigga? You came up here to cape for this nigga?
Yeah, that's my lawyer, my nigga. Why you hating on him, man?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Fantastic.
So solid. Your lawyer got a goddamn cut off.
Hey man, my lawyer can wear whatever he wants as long as he's some real shit, man. You feel me?
Fantastic. Let's let the conversation matriculate naturally, all right, and let's see where it goes. Because I was going to say the point that So Solid was making, sticking to fear only and divorcing that from love, sounds like tyranny. And what happens with tyranny is eventually either you're going to be overrun, or you're going to find yourself in a position where you're going to have to impart a consequence that will annihilate your followers altogether, right? Using fear only, I think the question you probably meant to ask is, what sort of consequences can we implement to ensure that we stay on the course? Because what I said sounded a little kumbaya maybe, but to operate under the guise of fear only, abject fear, is dangerous, not for the community, but for the ruler.
But
I didn't say fear only though. I was just saying that has to be the priority. But
the question that DJ Hamp asked you put you in a position to where you had to choose between one or the other, and you chose fear only.
Yes.
If you had to choose, which is an indicator of how much you value fear in the process of love and respect.
You got a call. Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that leans towards tyranny.
Yeah, I got you, but you know, some of the most successful people too have been tyrannical, but that's another thing for another day. You know what I mean? You know the history. But
but where did that success lead them though? And how long was it?
It was quite successful. They just, you know, I think things break down over time. Nothing lasts forever. Genghis Khan had some of the longest runs ever. It was completely totally fear.
No,
we're talking about improving the community.
But Genghis Khan wasn't. So actually, what happened with Genghis Khan is this: he get there, he give you an opportunity, right? You see his army, huh?
Yeah, get down or lay down. Yeah.
But if you agree that you're not gonna win this fight, Stevie Wonder can see you ain't gonna win this fight. He will absorb the culture. They'll be treated just like his own people. But if you wanted smoke, everybody dying except the women.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying.
Hold on. So wait. In order for you have to get to the point of where niggas even having a conversation. You build up your reputation of fear to be like, hey, now we know how this shit gonna go.
You don't want these problems. Real talk.
Literally, your pre-existing reputation of being that nigga eliminates a lot of, like I said, bloodshed and whatever. Fear is what it is, man. I'm sorry. Might is always right.
When I was saying it, I'm literally like, damn, this is.
Yeah, I know.
I be thinking it's not fear because.
Why y'all don't want Sean to talk?
I might have a tie with you on these debates, but it's all right. My bad.
What?
But so to the point of what you know what I said, we might have a tie at best, brother. So
What?
like I said, you heard what I said.
I beat you. No, I
you
beat
hear
you
the
with the
words
Kendrick.
that are coming out of my mouth, brother.
I beat you. I beat your ass with the Kendrick Lamar shit for sure.
Never. No. For one, that's involving a midget. So you can't beat me with a midget. You can't beat
What
me
is that? The craziest
midget.
The craziest escapes.
My bad. So let's get back to the topic. So no, you guys were making great points. Shout out to Sherelle. And I forget who else was saying. I think it was True. True was saying this too, right? Listen, man, we just simply weren't taught. And I think we look at ourselves a lot from our generation, bro. I never heard of stock market until like I was like in middle school, maybe high school. Never even heard of it. You know, it was a thing. Dow Jones, S&P 500, none of that shit, right? And then even until once I heard about it, my parents never talked about that shit. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? They didn't even know C-SPAN was a channel. They thought that was some motherfucking shit you pick up at CVS. You feel me? So you know what I mean? So you go through all these things, and we literally are the first generation to try and pass this information on because we have it and we don't want the same. So I think a lot of time in real time, we're not understanding and realizing we're the first to do a lot of shit. But like credit scores and all that shit too, man. Listen, credit, like say, hey man, credit like a good reputation. Hey, once you fuck that shit up, nigga, it take forever to get it back. We not taught that. I had a motherfucking cable bill in my name, nigga. Didn't even know. My daddy put the fucking cable bill in my name. I went to get Cox Cable in 2019. I was in Norfolk, Virginia. They're like, hey, sir, you owe some money. I was like, how? I ain't never had no motherfucking call. Yeah, they showed you had a Cox Cable. Look at my age. I was 17. I was literally incapable of signing any contractual agreement with you. If you look at my birth date and the information, oh well, do you know who did it? Well, yeah, I know who did it. Can't give us a name. No, motherfucker, I'm not finna snitch on my daddy. Tell on the nigga. Y'all ain't finna press no charges from 20 years ago anyway. So can you just erase this shit off my goddamn thing and let me have my cable? You feel me? So now we actually been through shit, man. And I think as we there's another big thing too. We definitely need to invest in training. Black people hate the word training, bro. That shit is critical. That's one of the best things I've ever learned from the military is the stuff we just don't know. From like first aid, CPR, just general little basic shit that you take for granted, but you never think about because what you need it for. Financial literacy is the most important thing. The reason why all these other groups are better than us is because they teach they learn, teach these principles and pass them down through generations. They invest, right? They buy property. They do all these important things while we get free houses and let them go to motherfucking tax sales and tax liens. Whole house gone. And then you talking about gentrification. Well, nigga, Meemaw left you the goddamn the mansion. 12 bedrooms in the motherfucking house. Built in 19.
So many people lost their grandma big house. Because that generation before had houses.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. So and unfortunately, I say it wasn't us, it was the generation before us, Gen X. You know what I mean? So now we're in the process of trying to right the ship, do things the right way, and pass it down. And a lot of these things, like you said, hey man, don't get that credit card if you know you ain't gonna pay it. I pay my motherfucking credit card bill off every month. I bill points because your dollar you spending in the fuck what's name, that's just money spent. I get that motherfucking Amex. Hey, whatever go spend, pay that shit off at the end. I ain't paying no interest. It's just like paying cash, but you had to have discipline to do that shit. You feel me? So it's a lot of things that you don't know what you don't know. But now that we do know, we trying to pass it down to the next gen, man. And it's very, very important that you do this for your kids because that's gonna be your replacement. If you got a credit card and you doing right, hey, don't put that motherfucking light bill, that phone bill, that cable bill, but do put your fucking kid as an authorized user on your credit card. Help them build credit so they got motherfucking credit established as soon as they become 18. They 18 with a 700 something credit score. You ain't gonna need no motherfucking cosigner. Not at the same time, don't let them go out stupid. You feel me? Don't let them go ahead and get to the motherfucker, the 2025 Hellcat or no shit like that because they got. But again, each one teach one, and I think we're definitely doing a much better job, but we can get better. But we're in the midst of it too, so it's gonna take some time.
So I got a question: how do we implement that what you just said by force?
I'll tell you how, Aaron, because I did exactly what he's saying. My daughter, I went and got a credit card, put it in her name, and then I gave it to her, and I told her to cash it with that. Charge it with that. I mean, that's. I think you guys were thinking the force thing was like just be a big mean gremlin or some shit, but it's just like no, it's just telling your children you gonna do this.
Well, we're not talking about children.
Doing it.
We weren't talking about children. We were talking about building a community. Everything that Sherelle laid out was other families getting together and operating with other families and the community build process. This isn't a conversation about parenting.
But
And especially when we started talking about decorum, we're talking about the way the household views other households.
I was just saying children are part of the community, and that's how you build communities is instilling stuff in the children so they can pass it on, right?
No. What you're saying is the use of force is how we enact the improvement. And I'm saying how can you employ the use of force to people outside of your covering?
Oh, outside of your covering?
Well, this conversation was beyond. It wasn't just about household operations. It was about community operations.
Well, outside of your covering, it definitely has to be force.
Right? Wait, so just so we're clear, we understand that fear creates trauma, and we're going to use fear to eliminate one of the generational curses, which is trauma.
I know fear creates trauma, but I mean I think life creates trauma, Aaron. Like, you know what I mean? Fear is just another part of it. You know what I mean? Fear gets shit done. I know we don't like it. I know we don't like being in fear of people. I know we don't like instilling fear in people. But fear accomplishes so many things on this earth. The whole house that you're living in.
And until fear no longer works, though.
That's the point I'm making.
Trying to take it from
fear in conjunction with the. Go ahead. I think he's back. You like disappeared for me.
Oh, okay, my fault.
I
was just saying. My fault. I thought y'all was hearing me. I was just saying that everything that we got over here, the car you driving in, the house you living in, all the stuff that we love and that we take for granted is protected by fear. So like all the other countries don't come over here and take it from us. So that's just a part of life. Yeah, it creates trauma, but that's just is what it is. Why not use that in a good way?
But that don't
it's not protected by fear.
That don't stop a little nigga from taking it from you, so it's not protected by fear. You know what I'm saying?
It's not protected by fear.
A little nigga with a poo shiesty and a big ass gun, he not fearful of that shit.
I was just talking about on a grand scale, like on country wise. I mean,
yes, that's where I'm going.
Scale. I wasn't talking about like just on an individual level. I was
it's
just saying
protected
like,
by love.
America do not love us. But they
No. Wait. The protection that you speak of is afforded to us by active military members who volunteered to sign the dotted line in service of America due to patriotism, which is love of God and country.
I'm pretty sure, Aaron, if the government told all you motherfuckers to go up there and do that shit without no benefits, without no pay, without setting you up for anything, y'all wouldn't do that shit.
What's that have to do with fear? I said it was love. We need to be compensated, yes, but they didn't compensate us handsomely at all, especially when we know we got homeless veterans. Do you know the VA?
You're not doing it for free, Aaron, and that's my point. That's not love. Doing it for free would be love, right?
No. And compensation does not mean I'm doing it out of fear either.
No, I wasn't saying that. You said that they do it like you made it seem like people are protecting the country out of love. And I'm saying that they're not, that they're getting compensated and there's benefits for that. If it was love, they would do it for free. Is all I'm saying.
No, they wouldn't. That's insane.
Well, we just disagree.
Cool. No. Here's how I can explain why. How can you compensate someone for volunteering to put their...
Nah.
Oh, well, we can... Go ahead.
Golly.
Hey, that shit was never going in. I ain't gonna even hold you.
It wasn't. It really wasn't.
Shit, they was going deeper down that rabbit hole.
That's what she said.
Damn.
What's up, Sean? What's going on?
Y'all good? Hey, shit, man. So I'm choosing love all day. It's funny when we talk about fear, we act like everybody is fearful though. Especially if you talking about community building, these YNs, they not fearful of you niggas. They don't fear you niggas. They in shootouts every day, my nigga. They not fearful of you, the police, prison, none of that shit. How are you gonna build a community based on fear versus love? Like, how does that even make sense? These motherfuckers will run through 10,000 walls for you if they love you. They gonna make sure nobody ever run in your crib, make sure your car protected, just because they love you. Nah, that's HAMP crib. That's my big homie crib. You not fucking with his crib, them his people. Nah, you ain't finna scare them niggas. They're not scared of you, nigga. At the end of the day, man, when you think about politics, Obama got elected because of a certain type of love. Trump got elected because of a certain type of love. Fanaticism can be based in love. Bruh, everything else is gonna build resentment. And eventually resentment will have motherfuckers throwing rocks at tanks. You know what I'm saying? And no more fear exists. So yeah, you can try fear, but good luck with that shit.
Yeah, that shit is.
Would a motherfucker really say, I'm gonna throw a rock at this tank, or I'm gonna strap this motherfucking bomb to myself, and I'm willing to kill me to kill you? Nigga, ain't no fear, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Hey, remember us, nigga, when that belt stopped working, when your mom was beating you and that belt stopped hurting, and it's like, you know what? I'm just gonna take the punishment. Shit, fuck it. I'm already out past curfew or whatever. Shit, I mean, an ass whooping is an ass whooping. You feel me?
That shit ain't really
it ain't much
enough.
mom could do no more. That fear is gone, my nigga. I'm gonna
You
deal
know
with these
what?
consequences.
And Sean, look at the comparison, right? So that shit'll run out, right? But you know what doesn't run out for a kid? Disappointing your parents.
Absolutely
right?
true.
And that's rooted in love, you know? Like, damn.
Or reverence, but that's like a healthy fear, right?
You know what's crazy? I tried my best. If my brother was here, he'd tell you. I tried my best to hide the fact that I was off the porch from my family. Because my brothers didn't do none of that type of shit. I tried my best. I mean, I literally went across town to start to mostly hustle. And then at some point, my brother saw me shake up with one of the guys at school, because me and him was locker partners freshman year. Once he saw me shake up with one of the guys, he like, oh man. Then one of the big homies came, and I never knew how they found my weed stash. I might have been 16, and I had a pound of weed, and I had this speaker that was hollowed out on the dresser, because me and my brother shared a room. And so I had stashed it there, and I came home one day, and my mom was crying. My brothers was there. It was like an intervention. I had to be 16, I think. And so I'm like, what the fuck is this? And so long story short, they found my weed stash, and my brother didn't tell me until maybe a few years ago that one of the big homies from down the street never knew
out. But I do remember, like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, my bad. Y'all can hear me now. My signal going in and out.
Yeah, I think you got a phone call because your screen blacked out.
Oh no, it's just my signal is stupid. But at the end of the day, dog, that shit, the love and the me wanting to protect them from that, or protect how my mom looked at me as her baby, her last kid, it made me try to go out of my way to hide that type of shit. Now, it wasn't no fear there to make me not do the shit. But I'm like, at least I tried to hide it as long as possible. You know what I'm saying? For whatever that's worth. But
yeah, I think that's sound. You know, what do you think, Sean? I know you've done a lot of community. I don't want to use the wrong term, like not activism and service, but just in being involved. You know,
man,
what do you think about how effective and how consistent we can be in changing a lot of the narrative in the community? Like, let me ask you this question, and I kind of want to save it for tomorrow, but it's all good. You know, Sherelle and I were talking about just you know, I asked Sherelle, women control access to sex. She said yes. The babies being born out of wedlock, not having families, and there's no structure, and etc. And she was saying women should strongly consider polygyny, or just being alone as opposed to procreating. Do you think that the women can control that consistently enough for it to be effective?
Nah, because at the end of the day, no matter what they do, whether it's polygyny, whatever it is, once them kids get in the world, they're in the world. and they out here, and they only gonna be sucking on your titty for so long. And I ain't trying to, sound no type of way. They only gonna be under your titty for so long. Then a man gonna become a man. He gonna make man decisions. And so at some point, like I was 25 when I first started working at the after school program. 25 years old, so I wasn't far removed. And these little niggas was really active, and some of them more active than I was at their age. A lot of them, you know what I'm saying? And so it wasn't no fear you was gonna instill at all. You got to build a rapport, and I mean every day, like literally every day. And once you build that rapport, then you can and HAMP, you as a coach, you got that rapport with them kids. To your point that you just said, ain't no new coach gonna come out there and talk crazy. Nah, you ain't been here. You build a rapport. So now it's just like, hey, come here. And they're gonna respect it, not out of fear, but respect, just built out of love. You know what I'm saying? They fuck with you. And their fear is disappointing you. You know what I'm saying? And that's different. That's different. And so that's what I've been able to build. And I put a couple things in the Discord yesterday. I deleted them, but like my little homie Tay Savage, y'all see him running around on these interviews. Now that little nigga has always been a demon, but that's my little nigga. You know what I'm saying? And now he's a nigga that can control the other little niggas. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't even try to talk to the 14-year-olds now. I would literally just talk to him and get him to do it. And we got to understand, sometimes your voice ain't the voice to talk directly to the people. You got to leverage your relationships and get that person to sometimes get the person to move in the right direction. If you can't be that person. So it's a lot of levels to this shit, but none of those levels include fear.
You see these young bloods responding to suggestion that the old heads give on these panels. You think force and fear? No. You gotta have respect, admiration, trust, and empathy put out in front of fear in order for fear to work. They can't fear you. They have to fear consequence, the consequence of failure.
But they don't fear
That's
that.
where fear works.
They don't
Right,
fear
that's what I'm
prison.
saying.
They don't fear prison,
Right.
Aaron. So you can't go that way.
You can't even go
ain't gonna
that
be no
far.
fear. Right, but
And there you can't even use that. There you go. It has to be a love, respect, admiration, value.
Right, but then the question is, how do we build that? And I listen when Sway and them talk. I know a lot of niggas be like, fuck, you know what I'm saying? Listening, I know a lot of niggas bristle up. And even yesterday in the Discord, it was a young nigga, old nigga exchange with James and some other niggas really dismiss the young niggas, you know what I'm saying? And don't listen to them and don't know how to communicate with them. So,
Yeah, I
you know what I'm
agree.
saying? For them, it's just like, nigga, fuck you, old nigga. You know what I'm saying? And especially with them, nigga, they don't care if you got 20 bodies. They like, nigga, what you doing now, nigga? Because I'm active right now. They don't care about that part, my nigga. It's all about what rapport you build with them. Ain't
They're gonna
nothing
see
else gonna
force and
work.
fear, and it's gonna be the third F, fight.
Right. We from places where, bro, it don't matter how many. If you a shooter, you'll get shot. You probably the main one they're gonna try to come and get. Like nobody is running from somebody because you got a reputation no more.
So Sean, so what is there is no way to avoid the YNs? You're saying like they're inherently just going to be these little YNs? It's just
No,
in them.
I'm saying every YN is somebody's YN. Literally. Every one of these guys up here got little homies that will fuck with them from their neighborhood. That's either they used to be in their house when they was young. They your nephews, they your sons. They're somebody's YN. You know what I'm saying? And so it's on them to get them niggas in line. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
no,
Like,
I don't think. I thought Hemp was saying like, from what I was saying was we how we avoid it is by building the villages. We understand that there's not enough black men to marry black women, but the kids turn out better when they have a father figure in the home. So women are going to have to go into polygyny situations to where they're in multiple wife situation, so that all of those children have father figures. And if they can't, if this man isn't going to legitimize her, or she knows, has a strong security aspect that he's going to be around to raise the kids, even if it was to divorce, even if he was to divorce her, it would still make sense to leave the children in the confines of the other wives and that husband. So what he's saying is the option is we're having children for men who are our husbands, and we're leaving the kids with them if we can't get in order, or we're not having kids at all. But the concept of the YN, what's producing the YNs, is a bunch of women having kids for men who are not their husband, and then these children growing up without fathers, And that's how they're turning into YNs. Because
Yeah,
I brought up what Boosie was saying. Boosie was saying, I wasn't in the streets until my daddy got killed. And then when my daddy got killed, I could do a whole lot more than what my dad was allowing me to do.
But the answer is in your statement. The answer is in your statement. You said father figures. So I'm a father figure to a lot of young niggas, a lot of violent young niggas. And I'm not saying that because I'm proud. I'm saying that because I've run a lot of programs. And so father figure don't have to be a father or a stepfather. You can become a father figure. That's why I keep stressing the problem. This that we're talking about is a black man's problem. Building this infrastructure is the black man's challenge. Because if you build the infrastructure and build the medium through which they can get what effectively serves as that father figure type of influence, then you attenuate the levels of these problems that we're talking about. You ain't got to be the nigga in the household. You got to be the nigga that's in their life every single day, that's guiding them. I'm talking about I'm in court with them. I'm predisposition. You know what I'm saying? We making sure that they getting the right outcomes long before they touch the courtroom. I'm up at the school advocating. You doing all of that shit, and they call it a holistic approach or wraparound services. So it ain't. So all that shit about just take care of your household,
but we're
that
saying
shit
two
don't
different
work.
things. Because you're saying
I'm saying and. We're not saying two different things. I'm saying and. I'm saying what y'all saying and this.
Okay, so what you're saying.
Once again, I
I'm
don't like being
talking
forced
about,
into either ors when the answer is not an either or. It's an and.
Yes, because I'm talking about the preventative measures for the women. Like we said, we have 40%, 45% of black women who don't have children. These women, to avoid having to have the Shawns to clean up the mess that they make, we're trying to avoid creating the mess by having these children actually grow up with their fathers, not a father figure, but the father of them in the home with them, laying down law, discipline, structure, order, making them respectful, making them disciplined. The things that we know that children who grew up in a home with their fathers come out better. Like, that's what we're saying.
So we need to fix the men. We need to fix the men and hold the men more accountable.
But we're gonna have to fix the women too, because
I ain't even going there. I'm saying the men. Everything you talked about that you just said is a man thing. The man not being there is a man thing. When the man being there, the man actually being a leader, actually developing a kid. Because it's a bunch of men that's there and ain't that. I keep saying that just because you're a man don't make you an effective leader. For some reason, we think that makes every man an effective leader. Nigga, nobody listens to you. You ain't authoritative. You ain't a man of no type of morality or nothing. You just there. You probably playing video games. So just because he's in the house don't mean that he's a man that's gonna build a young man into a man. So once again, it's on the development of the men. For me,
you don't think that's another and?
What you mean?
Well, what you're saying, I'm 100% with. But what she's just said, I'm 100% with. I'm just asking. You don't think you've arrived at another and?
In terms of what the women need to do?
Yeah, right. Because what I'm saying, what I'm asking is, if the men get it right, do the women not have the ability to fuck that up or screw that up, screw up the suit?
Yeah,
like,
you're right.
Do they not have a job?
That is and. You're right. That is and. I agree with you.
Right. They got to ensure that they're doing what's necessary to make sure that what we implement remains beneficial and not
I agree.
shit in the cornflakes. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I just don't want us. I know sometimes, a lot of times, these conversations end up being woman conversations, and it's like, nigga, this is all man shit. This is the shit that we say we do, provide, protect, and all that. But then when it's time to do that shit, it goes back to the women. Nah, it's man.
Yeah, no, I hear you. The top of the flagpole, top of the flagpole. I got you.
We allow access to our bodies. We allow access to our wombs. It is up to us. So at the end of the day, we still have a bunch of onus, because children don't get into the world without women. They just don't. And trust me, if a woman don't want a child to come into this world, they figure it out. Even if they got to hop states to figure it out. If they got to cross the Mexico border to figure out how the baby ain't coming in the world, they will figure it out. They got to drink bleach or stick hangers in places. They will figure out not bringing children in the world. So if you are the life bringers, then at the end of the day, you don't need to be with anybody. You need to be picking better options for who you having children with. We have to stop that.
Sherelle, you all facts.
I hear that.
You're all facts.
When I came to the internet, whatever this is, the internet adjacent, what is it? The manosphere adjacent community. I start hearing about men. We built this. Men built, nigga. If what we built ain't sufficient right now because it's not getting the job done. there's more to build. There's more infrastructure, social infrastructure to build. Fuck all these buildings. That don't mean shit.
I love
The
what you said.
institutions. We hadn't
What
built
you
systems
said.
in this institutions. I'm listening. My bad.
No. I appreciate the enthusiasm. I share it. But what you just said gives perfect credence to what Sherelle is talking about. Men's job is to build and maintain society today. The woman's job is to create and raise tomorrow's generation of society builders. So the fact that you're saying that the building isn't done and that repairs are needed, upgrades are needed, updates to the blueprint, women are going to usher in the men to do that. Like what you guys are saying are they're feeding one another. Like it's like and you're arriving at. I mean, it's a good thing, but you guys are building like a building made of ands. You know what I mean? I just don't want you to oppose one another because what you're saying is true, both of you.
Sway kicked Sean off for 2 minutes. He said, "Drop
Oh,
Sean."
wow, he was spitting.
No video game slander.
Oh yeah.
Rule with the 2000s. They go to prison out of fear! Exclamation point. Most are cuffing up.
Perfect.
Women's POV is on and popping tonight. It is titled. Love, Lust, and Lies. Man.
Perfect.
This right here is definitely a component of it. And no, I did not derive this topic. The ladies did. Before y'all even go to windmilling. Know what I mean? But generational curses, right? I think mining them out to understand them and knowing how to even identify them is an overarching thing, 100%. It seemingly all ties back to family, which is that obvious? Or is that interesting? You know?
I think it's obvious because then the generation starts with the family first. So I mean, you can't.
You gonna do your final thought, Ms. Benson, now?
Oh my bad, I didn't know it was final thoughts.
No, I was just saying. I was just thinking about it. You know, it's fantastic. You got any final thoughts? Your mic is low.
Rich. You said my mic's low?
Yes.
Hold on.
That mic over with, brother.
It's not that, bro. My shit works totally fine. It's only when I'm over here. And
Not
this
being
shit is
cheap.
wild.
Wow.
I'm not being cheap. It's only when I'm
God
over
forbid.
here.
I got the
All
premium
my videos-
StreamYard, but it don't work on
all
the
my-
premium StreamYard.
All my videos loud as a motherfucker. I'm just saying. But anyway. Nah, man. Listen. You gotta teach them kids how to spend their money. A lot of people out here are a whole lot richer than they are told they are, or wealthier than well off than they told they are. As long as you save more money than you make, bro. All right, a dollar saved is a dollar made. Stop being out here trying to keep up with the Joneses and live like the Instagram models and the rappers and all that. Listen, all that 90% of that money you see online is fake money, nigga. All right, y'all understand that? When motherfuckers doing the money phone and all this shit, that shit it's prop money. Stop trying to motherfucking follow the internet, man. Stop trying to be popular and shit. You too grown for that. All right, popularity contests for the most part should be over and done with by like your senior year of high school. But hey, you'll figure it out eventually.
Didn't you just have a $10,000 subscriber part? Well, you know what? No, never mind. Don't worry about it. Mr. Williams, what's up? I ain't bringing up old shit. That's my fault.
Yeah, just like what Fantastic said. Just to break generational curses, man. Just guide your kids right, man. Start with the foundation from the time they're born until you become an advisor, and you never stop being a parent anyway. So that's all I gotta say. Just hug the ones you love. Good show.
Hey, Sean, come back. Can you give your final thought, man? It was only 2 minutes. So solid, man. You was the MVP today, man. You know what I mean? Final thoughts?
Yes, sir. To all my black people out there, if you are breaking generational curses, kudos to you. Shout out to you. Salute to you. Keep doing what you're doing. We both know that nobody is going to, congratulate you. But you, like Dr. G said earlier, you will get fulfilled from that shit. So Solid Daddy was a heroin addict. Died when I was 18. He passed when he was like 52.
So Charlotte taking care of his sons. You know what I'm saying? So Charlotte in his son's life every day, and that's breaking a generational curse of mine. And I don't need kudos for that shit. I get the kudos from just watching my sons and just being around them and seeing the life that they had that I didn't. So, you know, keep doing your thing. Nobody, like I said, nobody gonna give you kudos for it. And yeah, stay blessed, everybody. Don't just do the bare minimum, like Mr. Williams be saying. I'm just fucking with you, Mr. Williams. Don't stop, man. Like, I'm just joking, man.
Damn, man. See, this is so solid. This is shit that it was talking about, man. So remember how you were saying niggas was hating because you had the 3 Hondas, they couldn't show you no love. Now, Mr. Fantastic saying, nigga, if you got 14K karat gold, that ain't shit. Yo, what?
Hey, they started with me. Niggas brought. I don't even got no jewelry on, and niggas bringing up my jewelry. By the
Who
way,
brought it up?
gold is at an all-time high. I'm
Say
not gonna
name.
snitch on who said it,
Who
but
brought
gold
it
is
up?
at an all-time high. I told y'all that 2 years ago.
Oh,
that was an investment,
sis said
baby. That was an investment, baby.
Hey,
Yo,
damn,
gold
I
is so worth it. Yo, it was like a year ago, 10K karat gold was like $35 per gram. Even that shit, like, yo, it's I'm telling you. Why sis shooting that? She just got here.
I have no idea. I don't know why she always got smoke for me, and I'm a victim. She bringing it up back yesterday. I ain't got not near jewelry on, not near piece of nothing, just shoulders.
Sis just came out of nowhere. Aaron.
Yeah, man. I think the start of breaking the generational curse is restore value. Value in each other, value in ourselves, value in what we do. Just take pride in shit. You know what I mean? Stop hating one another and value one another. And like what So Solid was saying, has value in it. I just want to make sure that we put things in appropriate order and combine them with the appropriate tools, right? But everything everybody said on the panel today was this DJ Hamp. Thanks, man. This was a gem fest, right? It was nothing but jewels. There's jewels all over the ground. You must be a jeweler. It was dope. We need to build from here. I think any answer to any question can be found in this episode right here. So, kudos, cheers to y'all, man. That's all I got.
Yeah, Sherelle came up with the topic, right? And we just trying to get through it because we say generational curse, but we don't slow down to even understand them, I think there's one thing that continues to jump out to me regarding generational curses that I want to continue to talk through, and salute to everybody who's here for this one, right? Because essentially, a lot of times when we ain't talking about just the regular old mumbo jumbo, it usually don't get as many, viewers. Like, remember we did the airplane one? It wasn't too much on that one. You know what I'm saying? I remember I did one regarding entrepreneurship. Wasn't too much on that one, So when we go about the Bible, it be, is what it is, right? But they still important, right? You had to have the convo, 100%. So Root Table was popping. 5 6 was goody.
I appreciate being a part of the discussion. Oh.
No, I was just saying 5 5. We about to get out of here too, cuzzo.
Oh, salute my guy. My bad, man. I've been doing a lot of running around. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, it's all good. I just want to. I don't think you ever been up here before and all that. I just want to say salute. We definitely want to get your opinion, but we about to get up out of here. Did you want to say something regarding the topic? You been listening or?
Yeah, I was listening. I'm doing a whole lot of stuff in my real time, and I was listening to the stuff you guys were saying and talk about breeding generational curses. I'm into breaking generational curses, but the only way you could break them is by actually speaking about them, so you know what you're trying to break. If you don't communicate on it, how are you gonna know what's hindering you? Because I'm a real firm believer. Like, the way we grow up is not talking. We grow up not communicating. For some reason, it was frowned upon for us men to communicate more. When with communication comes comprehension, because I might talk about an experience that one of you guys already done surpassed. And now your acknowledgement and your knowledge of what your experience can enlighten me on my path. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. See, damn, man, I wish you would have hit the link a little bit earlier, because we definitely went down that road. So I used breeding because it's a little bit more provocative, but what we did today was certainly talk about certain generational curses and how do we destroy them, or start to retract them, revoke them, whatever the proper word is. So yeah, in that part, what you just said, we're gonna go into Discord. That part is ignored a lot, 5/5. And Mr. Williams was trying to say that repeatedly. Like, yo, if I've been through it, I'm trying to edify you so that when you go through it, because you ain't gonna listen all the way, but at least you can be like, oh yeah, Mr. Williams did tell me there's a trap door over here. Right? Because niggas still gonna go, you know what I mean? But now you just go with more info, like Mario Brothers. You ever play? Right? If I tell you, yo, Bowser coming from here, he dropping the bomb from left to right. Now when you go, I'm gonna start on the right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like maybe my age gonna show right quick, but it's like the old Beanie Siegel album. He tell you he went through it so you don't have to.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I wish people would do that more, but I think what's gonna happen mostly 5/5, and then I want to get True and Sherelle for their final thoughts. Right? Is I think people are still gonna put their hand on the stove, but at least they know the motherfucker's hot. Like, you know what I mean? They just want to try it. You feel me? But now instead of us, when we go like this, oh shit, they do like this. You see them? Like they still gonna do it though. You know? So.
But that think about it, that's one level up than us, because we were doing this. Now they're doing this. Eventually, hopefully, the next generation will say, okay, no, we just takes a little bit longer. That's all. But my bad.
Exactly. That's all. We just want to mitigate. You know what I'm saying? We want to mitigate. Damn, 5/5, yo, you got to come through more often. Most High willing, we stream Monday, Tuesday, what time? 11 a.m. Central. Tuesday night, Wednesday night, 8 p.m. Central, and then Friday, 11 a.m. Central. And then I do members only on. I'm gonna start doing members only on Thursday, man. So come through, man. Salute, man. I appreciate you. You know what I mean?
Appreciate you, man. Whoever watching, hit that like button.
That's a fact, though, man. The like button don't got shit on it, people. True. What you think, brother? Any final thoughts?
No, man, this was great, Hamp. I'm glad you and Sherelle collaborated on it. I think being a part of this conversation is just laying a foundation. I think we have a unique opportunity, like I said earlier. We can really, really define where we're going to head, where we're going to go. The story of how we struggled, the story of what it was, we know that, but we don't know what we can do. So I think I want to be alive long enough to see that happen. And like I said, shout out to what you're doing, man. Keep it up.
Yeah, man, for sure, man. 100%, man. I appreciate the insight. And I always think about you and Aaron in terms of like grammar, you know, it always sticks out to me. Like I can speak grammatically correct, but I like speaking slang too. Like I like saying, you know what I mean, and shit like that. But I think about it more like when I see you know what I'm saying? And I think that's one of those things that has to impact people. You know, like just thinking about how you conduct yourself depending on the audience, who's involved, right? And we having fun, you know, but generally speaking, I think it's just the fact that I think about it, hopefully, you know, people's presence can do the same for others, essentially, you know? So, Sherelle.
Another one. Thank you, Hamp, for providing the space, of course. Thanks everybody who joined the panel today, everybody in the chat, especially those who super chatted. Like, share the stream, continue the conversation with your kids, with your nieces, with your nephews, with the people in your community. Keep adding to the solutions in different ways that we can. I heard somebody say the other day, make your kids work at Chick-fil-A so they know how to have manners, because everybody at Chick-fil-A is well mannered the way they like make these kids say hello, yes sir, no sir, things like that, because decorum is another way. You know what I'm saying? Decorum is something that we need. Make sure that your daughters understand like how important their body is. And young women, let them know, you know what I'm saying, it's your temple and you shouldn't be allowing everybody access to that, especially to the point where you're allowing people to your womb and you're bringing life into the world for men that hate you or won't even show up for you, for your kids and things like that. But definitely financial literacy, pay for an advisor, pay for somebody's class, pay for it. We buy Jordans, we buy food, we buy Beyonce tickets, pay for some nutritionist to teach you how to cook healthy meals, pay for the things that you don't know so that you can get it and you can pass it on down. You made mistakes and we're not going to condemn you. You understand what I'm saying? So the best way to do it is just to make sure the next generation is going to be doing it. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be better. Because they're here. We're not done because they keep being born. They're generating as we speak right now. They're in the hospital. When they're coming, and more men are coming. More boys are coming. I think that's something that I told y'all today that we need to pay attention to. More boy babies are born. More black boys are born. Why are we outnumbering you by the time we're into adult ages? If we need separation, if we need to build villages, if we need to leave these cities that we love so much so that we can provide safer environments for our children, especially our boys, to where they're growing up with their fathers and they're being able to be safe and taught structure, that's what we need to be doing. And that's it. You want me to wrap it up?
Because you want them to have a takeaway from the final thought.
All right.
Yeah. If you wanted to do the whole show over, they just got to hit replay. You know what I mean? That's it.
This like your second time messing with my final thought.
Because it's a stream of consciousness. You see what I'm saying?
Spell consciousness.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I know. That's what I thought.
Yo, I don't think that it's over. I don't think we're cooked. There's so many communities, and just if I just strictly talk about the men, right? There's communities like a lot of the Israelite communities, like a lot of fraternities, like the Fruit of Islam, right? That they have order and structure. I'm not asking you to adopt the ideology. That's not what I'm referencing. I'm referencing how they conduct themselves, right? How you see men that break the stereotype of black men just being out here wilding and doing, you know what I mean? You see them conducting themselves in a way that's in which you can adopt, right? You see structure and hierarchy, which you can adopt outside of the military. You know, these are everyday civilians that are doing a thing and choosing to be in order, choosing to have the hierarchy, right? And then submitting themselves to something, whatever that thing is, greater than them. And then hopefully they get good results, right? So I just want you guys to see those things. When you see the brothers outside or whatever the case is, when you see the brothers giving out bean pies, have a conversation. See how it actually manifests, especially with the group. When you see videos online of people yelling and fussing, that's 2% of what happens. Similar to Kevin Samuel's show, that's 10% of what happens, right? But people look at the salacious things. But look at the gems in what you see when you see those brothers not talking up people yelling and fussing. And look at the order, structure, discipline. And I think that we adopt that and see how far we can get. So we got way more curses to go, but I think they have a similar root cause, man, for sure. Salute to Hank. Thank you for the $2 super chat, good brother. He said, great show. Salute. Love you, man. Appreciate you 100%. True, Mr. Williams, Sherelle. Let's finish this out in the Discord because that one thing 5/5 said, Mr. Williams been saying, I hope the young boys heard it. It's like, yo, I've been there. I'm trying to show you that, yo, this is the potholes and pitfalls, right? I ain't saying don't go through it. I'm saying be prepared for X because you can't see it unless you actually go through and fall. You know, so I think that's cool, man. I think that's key, you know. So I'll see y'all tonight, most high willing, for the women's POV in full effect. Wow. 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, whatever that is, Pacific, man. Love, lust, and lies. Let's get it, man. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Jump in the Discord, get your ticket to Atlanta. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend.